Tick tock, time to rock. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon to everyone who's watching from all over the world. Have to apologize once again for being late, but we got a new guy there who slowed us down.
Don't think it was me.
Well, who are
Sure
people going to
it could
believe?
be.
Who are people going to believe? The guy they know and have known for years, or some random new kid?
Exactly. That's a good point.
It's a fair point. It's a fair point.
Hey guys, so I put in the title that we've got a young Christian who's going to humble AP live, and
Young? What are you talking
yeah,
about?
he is. Look at him, dude. Look at him.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. Okay. Well, yeah.
Are you like
Young
like
in
12?
some senses.
You like 12, Matt? How old are you, Matt? I'm just.
Yeah.
I know
Yeah.
you're older.
Yeah. Around there.
No, on the plus side, you're going to be one of those guys who's 50 but looks like you're still 28 or something.
That's what I'm hoping for. That's what I'm really hoping for. So yeah.
Now
It looks like it. Looks like it. Yeah.
Now I've actually known you, Matt, for several years, and you're weird in a good way. What are you looking at, Evie?
Immediately
you.
starts trashing.
I appreciate that.
Yes, as soon as they hear.
He's-
Yeah, no, I think we got to know each other through Nabil, I think. And
yeah, and then I went
Nabil was-
then I came to your house one day. I don't remember who I was with. Who was I with?
a lot of us were there. It was after ETS one time, EPS conference, and there was a blizzard.
So I was over there, and I was you don't know this, but I was testing you the entire time, because whenever I see someone who's like super nice, it's like too nice. Because I became a Christian in jail, and then so all the Christians I know have like criminal backgrounds and so on. So whenever someone seems like really, really super wholesome, nice Christian, I'm always like, hey, what's going? What if I ask them this or do that? And
That's
then
the
like,
angle.
I want to do it because there are people who are like that, right? They're one way when they're trying to put on a show and be nice, and then it's like Mike Winger, right? Like Mike Winger, Mike Winger will be on stage, idly ho, everyone, I love you, you love me, right? And then so you think everyone thinks this dude is really nice. I go out to dinner with him after, so he's up on stage speaking, and he's doing the youth crowd and stuff. And I'm a little teapot, short and stout. Here is my handle. Here, and so he's doing all this stuff. And then we go out to eat afterwards, and he's still nice, and he's talking about, and I really love all my fans, the Wingalings. Here, let me tweet them, right? And he's doing all this stuff, and then all of a sudden, he yells, I wanted medium rare. This is medium. Jumps up, slashes the waiter right across the face with a steak knife. Waiter starts crying. I'm like, dude, I'm trying to pull him off. I'm like, dude, you're going to get arrested. He's like, no. And he's standing over the waiter going, I dare you to testify. I dare you to testify. It was like psychotic, man.
Sounds like Mike Winger. It sounds like something he would do. You don't have to make up stories about him just because he has more subscribers than you do.
Oh, see, can I block someone for talking trash to me live?
That
Is there a way to block him?
escalated very
I
quickly.
can mute his mic for a few minutes. You're getting a timeout, mister.
Oh boy.
You're getting a timeout. Hey, by the way, wouldn't that be funny? Because there was that Dave Chappelle skit where he took Wayne Brady out. Like Wayne Brady, super nice guy. Everyone loves Wayne Brady, but he takes him out, and it turns out the guy's like a pimp and a drug kingpin behind the scenes and so on. That'd be funny with like Mike Winger, like a skit like Mike Winger, and you find out he's like behind the scenes. He's like Andrew Tate or something.
That'd be pretty wild.
That would be pretty wild.
Pretty wild.
Anyway, long story short, even though you've got a new pretty new channel on YouTube. See, I normally don't like helping. Like I normally don't like putting the spotlight on new people or helping them, mostly in any way, because I think people who are doing YouTube have to go through what's called a pain period. Are you familiar with that? Have you?
Oh yeah.
You heard of the pain period? Yeah.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
when you're cranking out content, but people aren't watching it as much as you would like. And so that's a period where lots of people, you can go in two directions. Some people give up after a while, and other people, they keep adapting and figuring out what works better and stuff like this. And they keep getting better. And so it's like, you kind of have to go through that, because that's where you kind of figure out where you are on YouTube, and what your niche is going to be and so on, and constantly improve. And you don't, it's basically bad to say, hey, everyone go over to this guy's channel and he's new. And it's like, I'll give you an example. You're familiar with Mr. Beast, right?
Of course.
So you got Mr. Beast. I don't know if I'm assuming his old videos are still up, but if anyone wants to do something fun, go through some of his old videos, which are the absolute worst garbage I've ever seen in my entire life. It's in fact, I only watched one because it said I'd watched some other video by him just when he's like handing out money at some restaurant or something like that. And then it recommended a video. Hey, I got 1,000 subscribers. And I was like, 1,000 subscribers. And it was one of his old videos. And I clicked on it. It was like his 200th something video. It took him like 200 videos to reach 1,000 subscribers. And his like 200th or whatever it was video was the worst video I've ever seen on YouTube. And that's after a guy who eventually became one of the greatest YouTubers, if not the of all time. And
what a loser! He took so long to reach 1,000 subscribers.
That's what I mean, right?
It took me a few weeks to reach 1,000. What a loser!
Yeah, I know.
And you're saying that's what my channel is, the equivalent of that. And now you're ruining my chances at becoming better by just steering people towards my. So thanks a lot, David.
I was pointing out. So that's for. So normally I don't like saying, hey, everyone go over to this new channel. I actually think people need to sort of fight and struggle for like a couple years, and that determines whether they're really going to stick with it. Anyway, you're kind of an exception.
I also
because
don't like promoting smaller channels because, but I don't really have a reason. I just don't like smaller.
Yeah, you think you're superior. By the way, AP, you remember years ago, and you're like, hey, David, I just started my YouTube channel. Will you come on? I'm like, no. Get these other guys. You're like, no, I don't want those other guys. I want you. And I eventually came on with you just because you were whining so much. But even then, I was like, no, you got to go through the pain period. But somehow your stuff took off. Anyway,
that sounds exactly like what happened. Huh, interesting.
So then I'll show you the emails. I got the emails, son.
Do it.
Got the receipts.
Do it now.
So anyway, the point was, but Matt, you're not exactly new because you've been doing apologetics and making content and giving presentations and making YouTube content for a long time. You just also went off on your own channel here pretty recently, right?
Yeah, that's right. So thank you for making an exception in my case. I appreciate it, and I love you guys, and I'm really glad to be here with you today, and I'm excited.
Hey, AP. So I was over at Matt's house, and we just went live, and Paul Copan was there, and Matt's dad, who was Lee Strobel's partner for years. I read Inside the Mind of Unchurched Harry and Mary years ago.
Oh wow!
But
that goes way back.
Yeah, so that was way back in the day. That was before you were born.
Yeah.
So anyway, I was over there, and so we're kind of jumping in on there, and I was talking about what nice guys you are, and what a nice family you are, and then I blurted out, I said, but my sons could beat you up, and I said that, right, and you're like, yeah, they probably could, but see, I was looking in your eyes, right? I was like, I knew what you're gonna say. Oh yeah, they probably could, but I was looking in your eyes, like, is he gonna get that Mike Winger look in his eyes, like, dude, wait till I'm off camera or something like that?
Oh yeah.
But no, it was totally legit.
Yeah.
So it's weird.
I mean, your sons have won like judo competitions, right? And MMA stuff.
Wrestling, all that stuff. Yeah. Anyway, that wasn't the point. It was just, how can I mess with this guy and test his reaction? Because you have like three categories of the people who seem really, really super nice. And you have to figure out which one, because you're going to interact with those people differently. So one, you got the people who are totally fake. They seem like the nicest guy in the world, but like, Mike Winger behind the scenes, like total, like just completely evil and psychopathic, right? But then you have people who are really good and wholesome, and they are really good and wholesome, but over time they get like massively prideful and judgmental of everyone else. Like, I'm glad I'm not like the rest of these heathens. And so they're not doing anything. They're not doing anything bad, but they end up with like this crazy case of pride. But then you actually have people who are really good and nice and wholesome, and that's just how they are. But that's rare. That's like you. That's like your dad, and that's it. Those are the only two people.
Well, I hope I can be in that third category, and if so, it's only due to the grace of God. So,
It was a surprise to me to find out that Mike Jones, Inspiring Philosophy, is pretty much a murderer.
He
Although
is.
he's a very nice guy.
Yeah, he's a sick dude. All these guys, don't trust any of these guys behind the scenes. My goodness. See, that's the thing about me and AP. Like, we come across like dirtbags, but what you see is what you get, right? We're not.
We actually are.
Yeah, and the other thing you have to worry about, Matt, is you got like AP's got mean fans who just come around and insult all the time. Like this dude, he says, "Dude's head is a flying carpet." See that?
Yeah. That's I don't know what a flying carpet looks like particularly. I would say more like the Great Wave off of Kanagawa or something like that.
What does that even mean?
At least be creative with it. Yeah.
Oh, getting a little feisty there. Uh-oh. Hey, wait a minute.
It comes out occasionally,
Wait a minute. No, there's all these you can skateboard on his hair.
Yes, there you go. That's much better. That's much more creative. I appreciate that. Yeah.
And then you have your defenders coming over. Y'all are just jealous of Matt's hair.
Truth.
That's true.
Truth. Facts.
And one extra thing. Why does David look like he's in grayscale? Because these guys have their saturation turned all the way up. Let me see.
Oh yeah, it does look like that.
I mean, I went for a walk on the beach today. So
is that better? You like that? You like that, D. Otero? Is that that's not grayscale anymore? All right,
that's
I'll leave
beautiful.
I'll leave it like that.
I might just have a tan because I went for a walk on the beach today. So that's definitely
no.
possible.
I turn it down for other people who look like they're not as colorful, and so I adapt it. But then So anyway, point is, everyone complains no matter what you do. You can have the perfect video, the perfect live stream, whatever it is, and people are still going to complain.
That's what makes it good.
Yeah. All right. So what we're going to do, guys, we wanted to basically go through some of Matt's videos and figure out what he's doing wrong.
Great.
Everyone got it?
Make me better. I'd love it.
You ready, AP?
I thought you were going to talk more and more about how we are behind the scenes, Mike Winger, all of these people.
I can talk about Mike Winger all day. I can talk about Mike Winger all day.
No, I'm ready. Let's go. Yeah.
Okay, and matter of fact, hang on. Let's click on your channel so people can see it. And the link to Matt's channel is in the description box. But here's your channel.
196 subscribers.
Oh my goodness! You see
this? Hey, no laughing.
This is what I live with.
That's great. That's great.
This is what happens
for a couple months. It's awesome.
See, that was a test, Matt. He was testing whether you were going to try and attack back and justify your 196 subscribers, and you did. Oh, I've only been on a couple months. Shut up. See what you did?
So you actually passed.
I fell right from the bait. Okay.
You passed. I will be helpful. Yeah.
Good.
So what do we have here? We got the banner at the top. Matthew Mittelberg, speaker, apologist, evangelist. Matthew Mittelberg, 196 subscribers, and we're gonna watch a couple of your videos, and then people are gonna decide whether to be among your subscribers. You got the channel so there's a channel trailer down at the bottom, but you basically have 8 content videos now. Just looking at what I see here, Matt, one of these things is not like the other.
I agree.
The one with the Just Do This? That one?
No.
Oh.
I mean, yeah, that is unlike the others in a certain way, but there's one extremely relevant way in which one of these is
the one that took off in views.
Yeah, the difference between 2,000, because again, notice if you have 2,000 views on a video, and you have 196 subscribers, that means most of the people who watched your video were not subscribers.
Very true.
That? And very true. Without even looking at the videos, and we're gonna watch a few of these, and then discuss them. So, guys, this is what some people call a channel audit. We're like the IRS, but with channels auditing you. So, Matt, did that video have a better arguments? Was it better in some way?
Probably not. No.
Aha! I didn't think it didn't need to be, because I can look at your title and tell you why that one took off more.
Yeah.
AP, can you look at that title and tell why it took off more?
Yes. At the very beginning, it gives a number.
Yeah, that helps. That's called a click trigger.
Yeah, because people love numbers. People love numbers to quickly summarize something in a title. If you see top 5 reasons or 3 reasons or something like that, people feel more driven to find out, what are those?
Yeah, it creates curiosity.
Yeah.
What are the 3 reasons? I see one other thing in the title, AP. You see it?
Yeah, I see Richard Dawkins.
Well, I see one other thing besides. I'm talking apart from name dropping. As far as creating curiosity, right? That's kind of the main. That's kind of the main thing you try to do in your titles, and your thumbnail is considered like kind of your 1-2 punch. Like you got your title and then your thumbnail, and then those kind of work together. But so you got 3 compelling reasons, and that creates curiosity as to what those reasons are. You've got Richard Dawkins in the title, so important name. And then, but it's Dawkins' most famous claim is wrong. And so the curiosity is most famous claim. What is his most famous claim? And I know what it is based on what you put in the thumbnail.
Right.
But other people, well, what is his most famous claim? So part of making a title and thumbnail is it's been described as creating an itch, right? An itch that you can only scratch by clicking on the video, And so what are the 3 reasons? What is Dawkins' most famous claim? And that all creates curiosity that can only be dealt with by clicking on the video and finding out what his most famous claim is and what the 3 reasons are.
Yeah,
you know,
I had
it's
a
also
pretty
a
strong.
thing.
Yeah, I had a pretty strong suspicion that this one was going to do well, partially because of those reasons, and because I worked pretty hard on the thumbnail too to try to make it better than the other ones as well.
You know what's also important? I think the fact that it actually it mentions these important things, and the title also challenges something that people might find important. So why his most famous claim is wrong, and I don't know. It kind of it radiates and it asserts some kind of confidence there, and that is more compelling as opposed to, for example, if I go to the bottom there, and where it says sharing your faith can be fun and authentic, here's how. Like, even if I agree with you, or even if I wanted to know about this, I would feel much less driven to go on that, because there is nothing challenging about it. It doesn't appeal to something that people frequently think of. Plus, I don't even know what the thumbnail is about. But with the last one, with the newest one, like, I did stuff like that too. I didn't know what to put on a thumbnail, to be honest. Or sometimes I thought this might be a very good idea, and I did make a thumbnail. But later, when I looked at it, it's like, okay, nobody actually knows what this thumbnail is about. So
Right.
I understand why nobody's clicking on it. But with the last one, a lot of stuff went right. It's compelling. It awakes curiosity. It is challenging, and so on. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, before we actually start watching a video, looking at these thumbnails. Now, your thumbnails are way better than our thumbnails when we started off. And sometimes I don't put a ton of emphasis on
Speak for yourself, man.
on thumbnails and so on. But yes, there's something off about these. The titles and thumbnails. Well, it's just something you're going to learn over time. So you're light years ahead of where we were when we started. I mean, AP still sucks at everything. So for something like this,
that's true.
Like even your more recent one, like, looking at it, I kind of get it. You got Dawkins, and he's got like a desert background, and you've got like a nice, pretty green background.
There's something important I need to say, and I am important, so that should probably be. I should probably speak up here. I see, like when we looked at this page, right? When David opened this page, there are two videos that stuck out immediately that I looked at and that I further analyzed. For example, there are some videos, some thumbnails, or some of these videos, I still haven't really looked at those. But there are two that I immediately noticed and that I also further observed, and I know now from memory what the thumbnails say. For most of your thumbnails, I have no idea what they're saying.
Because you're racist. Okay.
Can you guess which one those are? Because I think it's a very simple reason why.
By the way, Matthew, AP doesn't like white people very much, so just keep that in mind while he's criticizing you. That
That's
there are other factors involved. Go.
That's an understatement. Yes, very much.
If I'm gonna guess, I would say maybe the Just Do This, because that one's visually stands out. And then
which one?
Maybe Just Do This, how to always be ready to give an answer. And then maybe is Everything Physical? Is it that one?
Actually, not. It's the one right next to it. Is Truth Dead?
Is Truth Dead?
Because so when I look through thumbnails, or when I open when I open the YouTube app or you open YouTube sites, this is also something that I don't know, found out several years ago. When I see that there is a text that is clearly distinct from the background, and that is big, that doesn't have too many words, and you can immediately see what it says. You can have one look at it, look away, and it's still in your head. It's still in your memory. That is something that is important. And actually, you could even tell if you look at the view counts that those are slightly ahead of, for example, the top middle ones, or the one about sharing your faith, for example.
Like sharing ramen.
I would say those are important because it sticks out. It is memorable. Just one thing: the finger has to go. You have to cut the finger off.
Yeah. Don't like the finger.
Yeah.
Well,
You have to remove the finger.
I mean, I still do it if there's like a text I'm pointing to or something like that. But the finger is kind of like 4 or 5 years ago.
Sure.
It's basically everyone started doing it, and everyone found out that if you point to something or you circle something on your which is a way of the finger can draw attention to something. When people would circle something, but you can't really tell what it is, but you have to click on the video to find out what's been. It's like there's a crime scene and there's a circle on something with an arrow pointing to it. And you go, oh, what's that? I can't really see it. I have to click on the video to find out what this is pointing out. So these are all means of creating curiosity. But yeah, I did notice the same thing that AP pointed out. There's very good contrast in that video that says "Is Truth Dead" on it. It was very dark background, very light letters, big letters, easy to see, and you'd probably see the thumbnail before you even read the title.
Exactly.
As opposed to like some of the other ones with like Thanksgiving, thanking whom. It's kind of, you have, it looks like a brown border around that, and then like orange letters. So there's not as much contrast. And I get what you're doing. If you're Thanksgiving, you might want orange letters or something like that. But it does reduce the contrast and makes it less likely your eyes are scanning stuff. Your eyes are scanning stuff. Then all of a sudden you see, so your eyes kind of stop on certain things, but you normally,
what's funny?
Normally stop on something like with text that really catches your eyes. What's that?
I didn't even know that it says anything about Thanksgiving until you just mentioned it.
Yeah, that's good.
Something to. Oh, and by the way, as far as people, as far as your video going around to people, the algorithm decides where to send your video, right? The algorithm decides where to send your video. And so you post a video, YouTube will recommend that video to a portion of your subscribers or a portion of random people, and then it will see how they react to it. And the things it's looking for, the things the algorithm is looking for is what percentage of people who see your title and thumbnail actually click on it. That's one. And two, how long do they watch afterwards? How long does your video keep them on YouTube? Those are the main factors for the algorithm. And so your click-through rate is based almost completely. There are some other factors. It takes a couple dozen factors into account, but the two biggest are your title and your thumbnail. What makes people click? Your title and your thumbnail. That's what they call it, the 1-2 punch. So that's factor one. People, when they see your title and thumbnail recommended beside a bunch of other videos, what percentage of people actually click on it after they see it? That's your click-through rate. And so you want your click-through rate as high as possible. But so originally back on YouTube, that was the only thing that counted, was how much people click on your stuff. That led to clickbait, people saying, hey,
yeah, exactly.
Hey, here's these nude pics of, so-and-so. And you click on it. There's nothing like that there because it's just clickbait. So people started doing clickbait. Or watch this entire movie and you look, wow, this video is actually 2.5 hours long. So did they post the entire movie? You click on it. There's nothing actually there. It's just a picture.
I would recommend to learn clickbait stuff. I would recommend Alidawa. Very good YouTuber.
King of clickbait.
Yeah.
So YouTube eventually, in order to figure that out, they added watch time, because that's how you can spot clickbait. If something has a very high click-through rate of people clicking on it, but a watch time of like 10 seconds, it means people are going there finding out it's a trick, and they click off it. So you want your thumbnail to get as many, you want your title and thumbnail to get as many people clicking on it as possible, but then you actually want to deliver on it and keep people watching. Now, with that point about watch time, some of your videos are pretty short, 4 minutes, 5 minutes, 6 minutes. And then your longest video is 9 minutes and 10 seconds, 9 minutes and 10 seconds. So there's a trade-off. The trade-off is the shorter a video is, the more inclined someone might be to click on it, because if they look at it and say, oh, this video is 50 minutes long. It's 50 minutes long. Do I want to click on this? Versus a video that's 2 minutes long. And, oh, okay, well, even if I don't like this video, I'll click on it. It's only 2 minutes long. But the trade-off is, if your video is 2 minutes long, you can have a maximum watch time of 2 minutes.
Right.
And that's not impressive to the algorithm as far as recommending it. So I've heard it called the sweet spot. The sweet spot tends to be in kind of a 10 to 12 minute range, as far as lots of people will still click on it, but you can still actually get a good watch time of 7 or 8 or 9 minutes or something like that. That doesn't mean try to make all your videos 10 to 12 minutes. It means if you have enough solid content to keep people interested for 10 or 12 minutes, don't try to shorten it. Because it's actually good if you have enough content to fill that 10 or 12 minutes, but you don't needlessly draw out your content. But yeah, for any of these topics, if you were like, oh, I'm going to leave this out because I want to keep it at 7 or 8 minutes. If it's actually important, keep it in there, because
keep going.
Get a lot.
No, that's good advice. Yeah, that's really good advice.
I like that. Anything else, AP, based on what we're seeing here?
Yeah, I would say that when it comes to the ideal duration of a YouTube video, it's actually around between 8 and 12, I would say, or even it would be even good to keep it around 10 or so, because it's like after 8 it becomes profitable, and if it's profitable, it becomes much more likely to be promoted by YouTube. That's how the system works. But if it goes above that, it stays within the interesting region, but slowly begins to, okay, this is getting too long, and that this is getting too long sentiment keeps increasing after the 8 minute barrier. So yeah, and there are different opinions, but apparently the average video duration is, according to the statistics, 11 minutes and 11.7 or something like that, the statistics say. But the ideal would be something below that.
And that's basically people figuring out what works. They sort of, because years ago it was understood, hey, if you make, powerful 2 to 3 minute video, you can kind of maximize. But once they factored in watch time, then super short videos could actually, now keep in mind, you can do it. There are people who make 2 minute videos, get a high click-through rate, and keep people watching the entire 2 minutes and do well. But yeah, all else held equal, the longer the watch time, the better. So, this can be, if you have a very interesting topic and you make like a 40-minute video and the topic is so interesting that you hold people's interest for, on average, let's say 15 or 20 minutes, that's a huge watch time. So that video would be kind of loved by that. But notice it's got to be something that people still want to click on, even if they see it's a long video, and it has to keep them watching. They have to be interested enough in it. So anyways, it's just it's going to be relevant to what the title is, what the topic is. So anyway, long story short, if you have enough solid, good content to go 10, 11, 12 minutes, don't cut it out. But if you can cover exactly what you're saying in 5 minutes, then cover it in 5 minutes. Don't drag it out just to add time.
Yeah, no, that's really good advice. I think that's about what I want to shoot for, is about 8 to 10 minutes in that range, because I want to give enough information for people to actually chew on something, which sometimes can be done in 4 or 5 minutes, but often it takes a little bit longer to give something for somebody to chew on and actually consider.
All right, so we're going to take a couple super chats here.
That's always what I think when I get a bone from my dog.
Yeah. Going to do a couple of super chats here, and then we will jump into some of your videos, and we'll tell you why they're the worst thing we've ever seen in our lives.
And then we will talk about the claims made in those videos as well, right?
Yes, as well. Yeah. And AP is going to be completely humiliated and trembling.
I can't wait.
Yeah,
you'll be destroyed.
It's gonna be so good.
But it sucks because AP, even when he's destroyed, he just never admits it. He keeps thumping his chest. No, I destroyed you. It's pretty.
Hey, what is this? Not as made a $60 super chat. You're supposed to make super chats on my channel, not here.
No. Oh, that's the other thing. See, I have my channel, AP. So I have my channel. It's like super nice, wholesome Christian group, and AP has his channel, which is a bunch of pretty demon-possessed atheists. And so, but those guys come over here when he's live because he's here, and they're like, oh, let's go see AP and root for him and say horrible things in the chat. Anyway, so you're going to probably see some chats that make you recoil from their...
And that's what makes this whole community so great.
Thank you for the warning. I appreciate that.
I'm very happy.
So
I'm very happy with that.
I'll give you fair warning. I'll give you fair warning, Matt. I'll say cover your eyes, and then you can just kind of cover your eyes, and then and then not read it. And you might need to cover your ears too, or turn off your audio so that you don't hear some horrible stuff.
It's called leather straps, David. What is wrong with you?
You're going to see some stuff here. All right, this young lad is cruising for a bruising against the new cowboy hat AP. He's trembling. That's funny. I just said AP was trembling.
Yeah,
I think Ayatollah here meant AP is trembling. Chloe says, I made your Daniel Pikachu dream as a video. It's crappy in animations. I figure the less effort, the funnier. Hope you enjoy. Yeah, we'll be checking that out. You don't know what that's about, Matt, but I had a dream. It's time AP gets what's coming for him. See, now you're getting the Christian. Now you're getting Christians. You say that's a Christian. Yes. That's a Christian channel.
Powering me up.
Let's see AP get crushed in these videos he's about to watch. And like, what's funny is, it doesn't matter how strong the evidence is. He'll just, no, well, maybe aliens are trying to trick me with this. And it's just embarrassing.
Well, I'm an atheist. I'm so smart.
Sarah says, Matt, so young he could be an Al-Aqsa TV. Matt, so young he could be an Al-Aqsa TV host. Christian, AP, old and busted, could only ever host a bingo night. Atheist, draw your own conclusions.
What's a bingo night? I mean, just kidding.
That's a bingo. So, Matt, sometimes we watch Al-Aqsa TV where they have all these kids actually training people to become jihadis.
Makes sense.
So, but they always have like 6 and 7 year olds doing the hosting of why why all the other kids should grow up to be jihadis. So,
oh, wow.
Yeah. So anyway,
so
the point was, hey, keep Mike Winger out of your Quran eating mouth, liar. So there you have one of the Wingalings. His fans are called the Wingalings. They come over here and they're like, hey, you can't talk about our guy like that. It's pretty bad.
I would consider myself a Wingaling, so.
Oh, that's good. That fits. In a recent live stream, Mike even wore a shirt that said nerd.
I believe he would do that.
Yeah, and so you're
That one I do believe.
yeah, that's
Out
who
of all
you're
the
a
things
fan.
you've
That's who
said
you're
so
a fan
far.
of. Mike
That's
should
true.
Mike should sell some merch. Like I'm a wingaling. Do you want to be a wingaling too? Uthman's relationship advice. Sheikh Uthman is a is a sheikh we all love, but he faked a hate crime against himself, and then his buddy sent his wife to him for marital counseling, and Uthman ended up committing adultery with her. So this is
Why are you talking trash about the sheikh?
I'm just saying. Matt is new here. He is not going to understand any of the things anyone is saying. Maybe we just have to read.
Is Uthman the one that gathered all the variant copies of the Quran? Or was that a different Uthman?
Yeah, he's named after that Uthman. But yeah, that was yeah. So that's the Caliph Uthman who gathered all the Qurans together and had them all burned to cover up the differences.
See, I've learned things from you, David. You know, I've listened.
That's good. That's good. I'm impressed that you remembered that. But notice the similarity. Just cover it all up. Just cover all this. Cover the stuff all up. He says, D. Wood, if AP behaves like a silly atheist, you should tear a page out of the God delusion and eat it. That would be funny. That would be funny. Can you imagine AP? Can everyone imagine AP freaking out if I'm like, this is what I think of the God delusion? I rip a page out and eat it. And you're like, stop that. I hate you. I hate Christians.
And then I will make a video addressed at William Lane Craig and say, well, will you dissociate from your friend David Wood for doing this disrespectful thing he just did?
Yep. Look at this lad. His leather straps are watering. He's finished. Do you have any idea what that is? Have you seen any of the stuff with it? No? There's a famous.
I want to know that one.
There's a famous quotation from Muhammad that we actually made famous because we just pulled it up and we're making fun of it. But Muhammad said, "The eyes are the leather straps of the anus." Just saying it is ridiculous. But
another one of those biological facts in the Quran.
Yeah. So now, no, that's actually the Hadith. Don't be falsely accusing. Don't be falsely accusing the Quran there. I taught you better than that. But so now whenever anyone is talking about eyes, they refer to them as leather straps. Is that Diha al-Kalbi? Muhammad would be jealous. We will not comment on that. That is one of AP's fans.
This is the kind of childish stuff that we go through on David Wood's channel instead of talking about
actually relevant
things
stuff
that are actually serious that make sense. We spend our whole time with jokes here, and it's just terrible.
Yeah, AP's fans all want to be Mr. and Mrs. Funny Pants and distract from the show. Dan here says, hi, David and AP. This is the first stream I've managed to watch as I'm in England, and I just wanted to say thank you for all the work you do. See, now you occasionally get a nice comment like that. And then, of course, you have things like Ayatollah here. I salute your hairstyle. It's what we like to call a cow or a goat lick in Iran.
Cool. Thank you.
What is that? Oh, that's a super sticker. And we've got more, but we'll jump into some videos here. AP, atheist, always late. D. Wood, friends with an atheist starting to be late. Draw your own conclusions. D. Wood, friends with an atheist starting to be late.
That's a good point.
No, it's not. All right, we ready to check out a video? Let's just watch your channel trailer here real quick.
Let's do it.
Here we go. Channel trailer, ladies and gentlemen.
Do you have questions about your faith? Do you want to learn how to explain and defend why you believe in Christ? Then this is the place for you.
Hey, what's up with your audio? This sounds different from your other stuff, but I see the same microphone in front of you.
Yeah, I was still tuning it in, still figuring it out. So this was first video made over a year ago now, I think.
And you thought it was a good idea of what you could put in the background. You thought shoes.
I thought, it's good enough for Sean McDowell. It's good enough for me.
Fortunately, you eventually wisened up and went with Bucks. Huh?
Yeah,
nice.
I figured the David Wood mechanic would probably be the best background to go for. So, yeah, went back to the library, the classic apologist look.
So, can we confirm shoes do not work?
You asking me?
No, I'm asking someone who's not here.
Good.
I'm saying, can we confirm shoes did not work in the background?
What if I put shoes on the bookshelf? What do you think about that?
Yeah, you could put stuff on the bookshelf. Like, look, like I've got like Rock'em Sock'em Robots here, and I've got this mask down here. So yeah, you can put other stuff on there.
Best of both worlds. Yeah, there you go.
All right, let's go here.
My name is Matthew Mittelberg. I've been studying, speaking, and writing on apologetics topics for the past decade or so, and I've gotten to speak all around the world in churches, organizations, schools, on the reasons that we can be confident that our faith in Christ is true. And I've been a lifelong lover of YouTube as well, so I thought, why not put the two together and start a YouTube channel and share some of the things that I've learned about apologetics. But what is apologetics? 1 Peter 3:15 says, "But set apart the Lord as holy, always being ready to give an answer to anyone who asks you for the reason for the hope that is within you. Yet do this with gentleness and respect." That's what apologetics is. It's answering people's difficult objections for the faith and giving a reason for why we believe what we do as Christians. It's important for us to study these questions because if we don't know why we believe what we do, then number one, we don't have any reason to know that it's true. And number two, we don't have any way to communicate our faith to others. So that's why this channel exists. I'm going to be posting content regularly that will help you to learn why you believe what you do as a Christian. This is the beginning of my journey making content on YouTube. So I need people like you to engage, participate, ask questions, and give suggestions on how to make this the best place to find spiritual answers online. Besides that, I think we're just gonna have a lot of fun. I have a lot of interests from Star Wars
Shoes?
to Ultimate Frisbee to...
You actually zoomed in with B-roll on your shoes that people
I
could
did.
see. That people could see the entire time when you're talking to them, but you thought we need close up.
We need
Okay.
close up, and now
Okay.
you've stopped it on the best frame in the whole video. Me.
That's all right. I can back up.
drowned.
I can back up. I can back up
There
to
you
the
go.
shoes there.
There you go. Perfect.
We got the shoes here, ladies and gentlemen. All right.
Star Wars to Ultimate Frisbee to ramen.
But you're if you were to name all the nerdiest stuff I could possibly think of, I'll go like Frisbee,
Just make a
Ultimate
list.
Frisbee, Star Wars.
Hey, I proudly own it. You know, those are the things I'm interested in right there. So, yeah.
All right, here we go.
To Ultimate Frisbee to ramen. That's it. That's my three things. Those are the three things that I like in this world.
Star Wars, Ultimate Frisbee, and ramen.
Basically sums it up. Yeah.
Okay.
So if that sounds interesting, then please like, comment, and subscribe to this video and to this channel, and I'll see you in the next video.
But where do I buy the shoes?
Yo,
Go to StockX. Yeah.
that'll be funny.
It wasn't really made clear in the video, so yeah.
AP, thoughts on this channel trailer?
Do you want my nice opinion or my honest opinion?
Nice. I mean, honest. Honest.
It was all right. It wasn't too bad for a first introduction. I remember making an introduction video to my channel, and I don't even want to think about it nowadays because it was so terribly cringeworthy and stupid and low in quality and all that.
This is the Apostate Prophet, and welcome to my channel.
Yeah, so in that way, this was definitely, in comparison to that video, definitely better in quality. It was a little bit boring. And might go into irrelevant things that most people don't care about.
What are you talking
And
about?
the
He's like, here's my channel. It does apologetics. Here's what apologetics is. So check out my
and-
channel. And AP's like, it doesn't
Is
have
it because I'm white,
it
AP?
doesn't have
Let's be
strippers in it.
honest.
Yeah, it
And
is.
the-
It doesn't like white people. It's weird. You know, it's weird. Hey,
And
hey,
the
Matt.
the music was too sleep inducing. I almost fell asleep looking at it.
Nice.
yeah, I actually had,
And also the lighting in the background was very off. It was like dark on one side and all that.
wait, let's see. Let's see. You're saying what? The lighting is off?
Yeah. It's like there's this light on that one part for some reason, and then the other side is totally dark for no reason.
What, you mean the blue light? What are you talking about?
Yeah, the blue light. But
have a
yeah, I
problem-
also mean the exposure too. Like
It's a
there's
little
too much exposure
overexposed.
on the face.
Yeah, and I've noticed. I've noticed.
You
Yeah,
look like you look like an angel there. It's like, yeah,
I've
I don't know
noticed
what's-
differences in exposure levels on your videos. Like right now on the live stream. By the way, I'm saying this as someone who sucks at lighting, and I never pay enough attention to lighting, and I could always do better lighting. And same with sound. I kind of get adequate lighting and adequate sound, but I could have way better lighting and way better sound if I, if I kind of implemented what I've learned, but I don't know. I just never pay enough attention to it. I'm normally or turn the lights on and start recording. But yeah, I've noticed variations in the lighting. Like right now, AP, as far as him on this live stream, lighting is more subtle. It's you've got it's a bit darker on one side, so it's good contrast. This looks good. The lighting in the background, I don't know what AP was whining about.
No,
with,
that's
part
true.
with one part lit up. But as far as what's on your live stream there, it's the lighting is more even in the background. And I guess you could look at AP because he does the same thing where he gets a cute little light in the background.
Yeah, like when I look at that video in the introduction, the lighting there, like it looks almost as bad as my lighting right now, and
Yep, pretty close.
That's the issue. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is fine as a channel trailer, because I mean people are going to click on your channel trailer. Those are people who've actually seen some video and they go to your channel and what are you interested in? And so it's good to point out this is exactly what my channel is about. And so if this is what you're looking for, then keep coming back. Yeah, so lighting I think could be tweaked a little bit. Shoes, what the heck is that? Other than that, I thought the content was good because I'm not a whiny atheist.
Yeah, I don't know why we're talking about the aesthetics anyway. It doesn't matter. So that's not what I'm supposed to do here, right?
Yeah, you're complaining.
It's not like I figured out how to do a good-looking video.
No, this is good feedback, guys. Thank you.
Let's see. But yes, this is all stuff that you've obviously been learning as you go along because things have changed. Your lighting's changed, sound has changed, and so on. As far as the background music, I can't say this.
It's too sleep-inducing.
Yeah, that's not what I was thinking.
It is
but
exactly
I was thinking because I watched a couple of clips. It seems like it might be a little too loud because you want it to complement your video, but you don't ever want it to distract, right? You don't want it
loud.
You don't want it. Yeah. You thought that too?
Yeah, it is too loud.
Yeah, so it's and the general rule, because that's why I actually stop. I'm not saying don't have background music. I think it does add something. I stopped doing it just because I was a horrible judge of when it was too loud. And it's better to err on the side of too quiet than on the side of too loud. And the tendency of lots of people, which was my tendency, was I'm not sure people can hear the cool background music, so let me turn it up a little bit. Instead of I'm not sure, so keep it in the lower range because it's whatever happens, you don't want it to be distracting. And like some people screw it up and put their music so loud that it's hard to make out what they're saying because they're background music. So I don't have that problem. I don't have that problem with you. Seemed a little on the loud side as far as that. But that's
good.
This is all stuff you find out over time. And like, I would find it out because I would post a video and people would say, and another thing is it kind of depends on what you're listening to. Like what you're listening to it through, because I would edit a video and it would sound one way when I'm playing it through my MacBook speakers, but then people would say, "Hey, I'm listening on headphones and it's too loud." And I put headphones on. I was like, "Whoa, that's louder than what it sounds like it was on my computer." So anyway, the point is that's all stuff you find out just from feedback from people and so on, and so we're good.
Good.
All right. Now let's watch an actual content.
Let's get to the
video.
stuff that'll humble AP.
Oh, good. I like it when they talk trash, especially to AP.
Is everything
You still got that super chat up there, David.
Yeah, I was leaving it up there to be nice. But everyone, Matt says he doesn't care about your super chats and get them off the screen. They disgust him.
Whoa!
Wow.
I didn't
thought he was
expect
nice.
it at all. Wow.
I need more super chats defending me here, so that's
So here still seems a little overexposed. And by the way, you could say a lot. You could say the same thing about tons of my videos, even recent ones. Sometimes I'll just hit like auto adjust and stuff and not mess with it too much. Matter of fact, before we even watch this one, let's go to some of your other ones. So here's.
Is no one else here interested in the truth?
So there's another video. Let's see there. Notice there you got a little bit of shadow on one side of the face, and so on. So now you have your key light and then your filler light and so on. So yeah, that's getting a little more.
the concept of objective
into a professional light. Wow, your sound is good there too.
truth is fading out of the world? What's
Okay, so yes, improving over time, and let's see if you can.
I know you must be shocked. Matthew, you're a Christian
He went with the book.
truly exists.
Back to the books. Got to do it.
Back to the books.
Honestly, this video looks quite good.
Thank you. That's the most recent one right there.
Yeah,
so.
huh. So
like
we've got books in the background and one of those fancy colored lights in the background. Wonder where people are getting those ideas. No, as far as the lights in the background, lots of people do it, but there's a reason lots of people do it. Apparently it just adds something aesthetically, it adds something to the video. So yeah, good idea. What do you use for your light? Is it the same one we have?
You mean my front light or the back light?
Yeah, your blue in the background.
It's some lights that I plug in, and they're LED lights, and
you can change it.
color
I'm
on
saying
that.
we have this little one that's shaped like a camera phone. I have a couple of them here. I don't have any of them turned on. But yeah, we have. These
I
little
got
ones
him, and David was like, "Wow, what is that? It looks so
was.
cool. Can you tell me?" And then I just told him basically.
It's exactly
Yeah.
what happened, actually.
Yeah, I don't think I have that one. It has to be plugged into the wall, so I've got two of those. So that's what I'm working with right now. But yeah.
All right, so here we go. This is about spiritual reality.
Is everything ultimately physical?
AP's like, yes, of course it is. That's what Dawkins says. That's what my hero Dawkins. He says it. Dawkins says it, and he's got a British accent, so you know it's true.
Dawkins.
And he says, if I just believe him, then I'll be smart like him. So I want to be part of his group, and I could be smart. That's what all the atheists are like.
You've got a pretty good Dawkins impression. I heard you a couple of weeks ago.
That's true.
Yeah. He has the smart British accent, which is why anyone listens to him.
Yeah.
Ah!
Yeah, I got rid of that.
Oh. Yeah, I was fine with the music. It just seemed like twice as loud as everything else.
Yeah, correct.
Imagine you're talking
Hey, look at him though. What's my name? Matthew Mittelberg. Apologetics.
Oh yeah.
Imagine you're talking to somebody who is an atheist or who simply believes that everything can be exhaustively described through physics.
Imagine? What do you mean?
Me. I do that every time I look in a mirror. Time I'm in a mirror, I say, hey, look at that guy. He believes that everything can be exhaustively explained.
Doesn't mean that stuff is all that is, because there are physical laws of the universe, such as forces and gravity and so forth. But it would mean that eventually physics.
AP, what do you think about this music level?
Too much.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, it's hard to. It's kind of. I mean, the only good way that I can think of is to again try to err on the side of it's better to be too soft than to be too loud. But also, once you make a video, you could do sort of a sample render and just have a couple people listen to it. Have a couple people listen to it. Say, does this sound too loud? If anyone says, yeah, that sounds too loud, then you could dial it back. But yeah, it's you're not screwing up like some people do to where you're like it's hard to understand what you're saying because of the music, but it's just a slight distraction because it's louder than than ideal. Let's see.
are physical laws of the universe, such as forces and gravity and so forth. But it would mean that eventually physics will be able to exhaustively describe everything. Nothing will be left unexplained by physics. There are a lot of ways that we could respond to this.
What are you laughing at, AP?
I'm laughing at Black Angel in the comments.
Oh, good, because I thought you were like, dumb Christians don't understand physics.
No, Black Angel is making fun of the music that I used the other day during a live stream briefly.
What was that?
That's what I'm laughing at. Some stupid stock music that was in the StreamYard system, and she just kept calling it porn music. So, yeah.
Well, she's probably right. And Matt, I don't know how much you know about AP, but he has really poor taste in just about everything.
Yeah.
I gathered that. Yeah.
Yeah, he's like we first started hanging out, and he started speaking German and stuff, and I'm like, dude, how'd you learn German? And he's like, because I memorized all of Hitler's speeches from YouTube. It's like, gosh, man.
Wait, I thought you said he was racist against white people. What?
Yeah, that's what's weird. He gets that from the Islam side because he's an ex-Muslim. So he simultaneously is like, well, white people are all that matters. They're the best and everything. And then, oh no, all that matters is Turkish people. Anyway, it's weird.
Oh, it's actually different. It's I take it from the Hitler
Ottoman
and
Empire
I
back.
reverse it.
Yeah, he reversed it.
Yeah, I reverse it. That's what I do.
All right. Nice.
We could point to the evidence for God's existence. We could look at the well-documented...
Hey, and AP, how about instead of following what Black Angel making fun of your music in the chat, you pay attention to the argument so you can say whether it's good or not.
How about
a lot of ways that we could respond to this. We could point to the evidence for God's existence. We could look at the well-documented cases of miracles throughout human history. Or we could even look at the arguments for the resurrection of Jesus. But what if we were to start with an argument that relies on nothing more than our shared intuitions? Let's look at a classic thought experiment from the philosopher Frank Jackson called the knowledge argument, also known as Mary's room. Imagine in the future there's a scientist named...
You should learn this, AP. Learn this
something
argument.
with Michael
Imagine in
Jackson.
No, Mary's.
Oh,
Mary's.
future, there's a scientist named Mary, and she is the
AP's like, that's stupid. How could a woman be a scientist? I can't even watch after this. It's so ridiculous. Hey, can you
doesn't make
imagine?
any sense.
Hey, can you imagine playing this for like the Taliban? The future, there's a scientist. That's impossible. Girls can't be educated past grade 6. Don't know if you ever saw it, Matt, but there was this clip where a CNN reporter is asking the Taliban leaders questions, and they agreed to talk to this CNN reporter, and she's going, so what's things going to be like for women and stuff? And then she goes, and can women be elected rulers? And the guys both started cracking up laughing. And then he's like, shut the camera off, stop recording, stop recording. Right? He's like, they're about to murder these people for anyway. That's
Yikes.
That's basically AP in a nutshell.
Imagine in the future there's a scientist named Mary, and she is the foremost expert on color. In fact, she knows so much about color that she knows all the physical facts about color.
Right now, AP's like, yes, I know all the facts. White is the best.
Every single physical fact there is to know about seeing red, seeing blue, seeing green, seeing whatever the other color is. She knows all about it. Every single color there is. She is the ultimate color expert. However, there's a problem. Mary has lived...
AP's like, no, I'm the ultimate color expert. Me and Nick Fuentes.
However, there's a
Let the video roll.
Sorry about that.
problem. Mary
You have to deal with these kind of distractions when you get AP on air.
has lived her entire life in an underground facility without color.
So Mary has studied everything that can be known about color, but she's lived in an underground facility without color.
Yep.
That's the issue,
Never
right?
seen color. Yep.
And that's good. You actually switch to not color here.
her entire life in an
Hey, what is this? What is that? Is that a... So you took
The
away the
Infinity
shoes.
Gauntlet?
Yeah, but is that a mug Infinity Gauntlet?
Yeah.
Are you calling him a mug? What are you doing?
Got it right here.
Wow. So that's what you went with
Yeah.
instead of shoes. Interesting choice.
great.
So shoes to Infinity Gauntlet mug. Interesting.
Got to mix it up, you know?
Got to mix it up. All right. You understand the issue, AP? Woman.
Yep.
She has learned everything that can be known. She's the world's leading scientist on this issue. She knows everything about color, but has never experienced it.
However, there's a problem. Mary has lived her entire life in an underground facility without color. In other words, Mary is the foremost expert on color. She knows all the physical facts, and yet she has never seen color herself. If Mary was allowed to leave her room for the first time and she saw this, what would happen to Mary?
I don't know.
See? You're ignorant. See, you're an agnostic, not an atheist. Yeah, I think that all worked well with the no color, switching to black and white, and then you being in black and white for a little bit, and then switching to the extremely colorful things of nature. I think that went well. Although atheists will
demonstration.
Oh, okay, cool. I
That is a
thought
good
atheists would
demonstration.
still find something to complain about.
That is a good demonstration, except that there is also the music.
See, he can't help himself.
Little music in
Which-
there too.
She learned something new. Of course, she would learn what it is like to see color. In fact, we'd have to be careful how much we showed her, because you look at any person who is colorblind and they try out glasses that allow them to see color for the first time, what immediately happens? They're overwhelmed. They become emotional. They realize that there's this whole feature of experience of a reality that they have never experienced before.
It's kind of creepy. You've got this blonde-haired, blue-eyed kid talking about color so much.
Yeah.
So you have people start wondering, why is this guy so interested in color, huh?
Yeah, we're a few
Why is-
minutes away from how about let us create an entire generation of people with blonde hair and blue eyes.
I'm saying color's good, okay? I'm saying color's good. That's what I'm saying. Okay. Yeah.
Except with people, then only one color is good.
In other words, even though Mary knew all the physical facts about color, she had never experienced seeing color before, and when she does experience it, she learns something new, something irreducible to the physical facts. Our qualia, or our experience, cannot be reduced to simply inputs and outputs and data. It's something more. If this argument is successful, then it seems that reductive physicalism fails to accurately describe the world. There is more to life than just physics. Doesn't this line up so much better with our experience? There seems to be so many things that we believe in that can't be simply reduced down to their physical properties. Beauty, love, the soul, free will. These sorts of things can't be exhaustively described through physics. We don't have to artificially limit the way that we look at the world by a set of predetermined calculus that reduces everything to physics. Instead, we're able to see creation, reality as it is. There's a big, huge, beautiful universe out there, and it's comprised of more than just the physical stuff and forces of the universe. There's a spiritual dimension to reality, and this argument helps us to connect to that. So did you find this video helpful? If so, like the video, share it with a friend, and subscribe for more, and we'll see you in the next one.
Thoughts on that, AP?
What kind of thoughts do you want from me?
Well, not on the arguments, on the I'll give you my thoughts on the video. Thought graphically, as far as the stuff you put on the screen, was good. Again, liked cutting to black. Cutting to black and white, and then going into color, and then so I liked all the images and so on that pulled up. AP on the background music. This didn't seem, because you said on his channel trailer you complained, I did not agree, that it was putting you to sleep or something. This seems like good music, good background music for this video, except we both think a little too loud. But let me go back a little bit. What do you think about the actual music here?
Color before, and when she does experience it, she learns.
I think the music is appropriate, but a little too loud. What are your thoughts?
I think it is a little bit too dramatic.
What?
There's the thing. Like at some point, I was putting music into some of my videos when I would talk about, I don't know, lengthy historical stuff and things.
Yeah,
like that.
because you were using those Wagner opera songs.
That too, but also some other ambient music stuff.
Ambient, because it made people want to go to sleep. Go ahead.
But the thing is, it is a very common response that you see from people when there is music in a video. You are very likely to see some people say, lose the music. Like I wish there wasn't. I wish I could turn the music off, because it's a thing. Like you don't need to put music into videos where you talk about things. You will only lose people instead of winning people over. That's how I see it. It's too distracting. Like some people would rather focus on what is being said and would get distracted from the music that is playing. And especially here, it is loud. It is relatively loud, I would say. Yeah.
I'm going to disagree.
But I like the video overall. I think the video is overall quite good.
And, we are focusing on things to nitpick about. So don't.
Sure.
Yeah. It is very concise and makes the point very clearly. Looks good. The thing works well, like the transitions from the black to the colors and all of that. My main issue is just with the music. If we're just talking about the production here.
Yeah, and I'm going to disagree with AP somewhat. I think the music is fine, just a little too loud. I think that because some people pick background music that just it doesn't fit with it, like that it doesn't have the right tempo and so on for what they're saying, and it can be distracting that way. This music I don't think is distracting that way, just a little too low. So I think if it was dialed back, it'd be fine. But you are going to have people with this is a matter of taste preference and so on. So you will have people like AP who I can't handle it. Let's call music in it, versus other people who like it, and it can also do two things. One, it can make your video come across as better put together and kind of more professional with background music when it's done well, and also, which you did in that video, there could be times when the music cuts out. Right, the music ends, and it kind of draws a little more attention to what you're saying at those points. So you can actually kind of plan it out so that it's the music fades out right as I'm getting to this point or something like that. So, but yeah, I would say well done video there.
Thank you.
So we're being nitpicky. Any other comments on this, AP?
No.
No. I just checked because I downloaded the video and then to put it up there. So I went and checked because end screens don't pop up if you've downloaded a video. So I went and checked on your channel, and there are no end screens here.
Yeah, I hadn't figured that out yet. So the newer videos have them. No.
Okay,
no.
So your Dawkins one has one, because you definitely want end screens on that one. Let me check out what you linked to. Let me see here. See how you do your end screens. Oh, yeah, there we go. So you link to does thankfulness point to God? And now, did you pick videos, or are you doing most recent or best for viewer?
I can't remember what I did on that one. If I chose a specific one that I thought would be related to anyone who's interested in arguments for God, or if I just said most relevant, most recent. But, yeah.
All right. So you picked up on that, but that's also something you could go back on. You know what I mean? You go back through your earlier videos and add in screen because even if most people don't click on them, so there's a click through rate on your end screens as well, and that might be like 5 or 10% of people or something like that. But guess what? That's just extra.
Yeah,
that's just
that's
extra
helpful.
views on some videos. So it doesn't. It can only help. It doesn't hurt. And there's also this. I don't know if you want to do this because I sometimes do. I probably usually don't. But I kind of at the end of my video fade to a generic end screen that's got a graphic and stuff on there, and then I'll have some videos up there. But putting something up on the screen that obviously makes it more likely that someone's going to watch that video if it pops up on the screen. But telling people to watch it, that increases that rate. So if there's ever a video that really ties into another video, like the other video's on a related topic, then it's good to actually say it at the end of your video. And if you like more on this, then you definitely want to check out my video such and such and such and such, because
I've done that on a couple ones because there's a couple of them where it's like, oh, this one really relates to it, so click this video if you want to find out more about that, and then I go into the normal.
Wait, telling people to do something increases the likelihood of them doing it?
Yep.
That's interesting, David. I had no idea.
Watch. Hey, AP, why don't you complain a bunch during this live stream? Watch, he'll do it.
I'm not going to complain. Why? I don't like complaining.
All right, so we got that. Let's take a couple more super chats, and then we'll jump into the third video.
Well, hold on. I want to know what AP thought of the content.
Yeah.
Yes, now.
What do you think? It was
the
stupid.
Content?
It was stupid because atheism is true.
Yeah, what do you think of the knowledge argument?
I don't know. Why don't we see what Richard Dawkins says about it? Then I'll know what I'm supposed to say.
I'm familiar with the argument. I never considered it a very strong argument.
See, complaining already, like I told him.
Not a strong argument for I guess if you want to use it as an argument for theism or for just against physicalism or materialism or whatever you want to call it. I don't think in that regard it would be a strong argument. It is a thought-provoking question, though. That's what I could say. And there are already some issues with it. For example, like you brought up the soul as an example, which in and of itself would be a whole debate. Mm-hmm. When you ask a physicalist or a materialist about how to describe certain things that can't be described by physics alone, like the soul, then you are opening another whole door, which would be soul. Why did we agree at some point that the soul is real, that it exists? What exactly is it, and so on? So,
and I think we can. There's a whole debate around the soul and around the existence of soul, and I think there are really good arguments to believe in that. Near-death experiences, philosophical arguments for that. But I don't.
But you see, it's a whole different question. That's the problem.
I don't think we need to necessarily even conclude that there's a soul. I think what this is kind of arguing against is reductive physicalism, the idea that everything can be exhaustively described by physics, and yet it seems like she learns something new, right? When she sees color, she learns this kind of knowledge by acquaintance of this phenomenal experience. Would you say that she learned something new?
I get that. I get that. I understand that, and I would say it is a thought-provoking question. I wouldn't say it's necessarily a compelling argument. My issue with the whole soul part is just that when you bring that up as an example, then you are opening a whole new door of a discussion that needs to be had. So, but apart from that, the argument is surely thought-provoking. I would say I'm familiar with it, and I personally just these were my thoughts.
All right. Well, it might take 2 or 3 more videos for him to be truly humbled, but we'll get there eventually.
Yeah. Here's AP after watching a video from a Christian.
It's great.
Do a couple of super chats and jump into the next video. Well, by the way, that's kind of the real point of the video, right? Is to like what Greg Kokel would refer to as putting a stone in someone's shoe, right? Like obviously there's a ton of issues involved and would be a big discussion on physicalism versus some alternative or something like that. But hey guys, why don't you get thinking about this? Because notice there's a little issue. If you're a physicalist, there's kind of an issue here.
Well, yeah, exactly. Because I don't think it's necessarily
see
the
that?
strongest
He instantly goes to the
argument.
problem. See that? You go ahead.
Yeah.
The problem is if you want to.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, the problem is if you want to actually get into the discussion.
Don't let AP bully you, Matt.
Of that whole
He likes it.
argument, if you actually get into it, you would have to analyze one aspect of it, which is David. You are probably familiar with it as well because you recently got jealous of my studies in psychology, and then you started studying psychology too. But where you, for example, got exposed to the neurological or neuroscientific or neuropsychological approaches in psychology, for example, and the conclusions that
it's a bunch of quack nonsense. Go ahead.
The conclusions that even in this example that we had, where Mary first learns about colors and then goes out and sees color for the first time and then has an experience and feels emotion, even the experiences, even the emotions that you are feeling there are not things that are beyond our explanation, are not things beyond our description. They can be very much described and actually reduced to physics. They can be reduced to biology. They can be tracked and explained in that way. So it's not something that is beyond our natural observation or explanation. It is actually a physical experience, like feeling love toward a person, feeling desire, being amazed by a certain sight, and all of that. It immediately does observable things in your body which make you feel a certain experience. So there is then again a very long debate about that.
I think that is exactly what we would expect, though, if we have under substance dualism or this idea that we have a soul and a body, that there's going to be a correlation between the two, that when you experience things, there's going to be a how your body responds to that. And you can try to reduce it all the way to that, but I don't think you need to. And it's not really about the way that her body's processing the neurons. Obviously, there's something different happening when her eyes are reflecting certain wavelengths and all of that. It's the fact that she's supposed to be omniscient with regard to all the propositional facts prior to being out and seeing it physically, and yet somehow there seems to be this knowledge that can't be reduced to propositional knowledge.
Yeah.
The issue is that the only bridge that is missing there is so she already knows about it. She simply didn't go into the field and directly engage with it, but she already knows that there is nothing really added to the bank of her knowledge on the issue. She only makes a further experience to then understand the thing that she actually knew all along. Which
learn
is
what
then,
it's like to see that color.
Which is then the experience. So she gains the experience, but she doesn't learn anything about the facts of the matter, right? She only makes an experience of how these facts, for example, how I don't know how you would say that, how they are observed, how they show themselves, how you perceive them when you look at them, and so on. She doesn't actually learn any difference about the very nature of those things that she's now exposed to.
Yeah, I don't know. I think she has to learn something there. Yes, she has a new experience, but she is learning what it's like to see blue, what it's like to see red. She's seeing these colors, and I think she's gaining, and I think it speaks to the kind of being that we are, that you have to actually have that phenomenological experience of that to actually have that knowledge. So I don't know, I will say that
I don't think this challenges physicalism, though.
Well, it's if the claim is that everything can be reduced to description by physical, laws of physics and so on, something like that, then the idea is even if you, so it sounds like AP you're saying, but her experiences, I can explain all that in terms of physics. Like, yeah, suppose you could like absolutely write out everything that you knew as far as physics is concerned. Is there something that's left out of that account? If so, then it seems like you need to change your description of reality, because everything can be described.
Yeah, there are two things. One is that the experience which is being had there can be completely laid out and described, and there is nothing left that is beyond your comprehension or explanation or beyond nature, whatever it is. And the other aspect is that nothing is actually being learned about the very nature of whatever she knew. So she doesn't learn anything new about that. What she learns is the new things she does learn at that point are how she subjectively interacts with that very thing, and how that very thing that she already knows about and about which she learns nothing new, how it displays itself in the world.
But it is supposed to be baked in that she knows everything about color perception and what it means to perceive this knowledge. Not just that she knows about color, but she knows what it means to perceive color, and yet she has this experience. But I'll just say, if you want more about this, my buddy Parker's Pensies, he has a channel on this, and he interviewed Frank Jackson on the subject himself. So
yeah, AP, have you interviewed Frank Jackson?
I know about Michael Jackson. Okay.
Well, why don't you beat it?
Oh, that was
Nice.
smooth.
All right,
Nice.
all right. We'll take a couple more super chats here, and then we'll jump into the next video where AP will again be. I'm an atheist. I don't believe that. AP, you see the poll on Modern Day Debate? You eating soy? I said AP is greater than Dan. Yeah, we mentioned that earlier, but I still don't know what that was about.
I don't know. It was just
is that
being
James'
funny.
new thing? I still don't even understand. Like the joke,
He's-
eating soy.
yeah.
What's that make you?
He sometimes talks about that whole thing because it became a meme. Actually, it is still serious among some of these people who take their knowledge from online meme forums. They say, "Oh, you're a soy boy. You drink too much soy. You consume too much soy." The impression there, I guess, the indication is that consuming soy somehow turns you into a woman, or
I think it does mess with your hormones or something like that. I think.
Yeah, but it's like it does not in any proven way turn you feminine or anything like that. It's like if it did, you would have to consume like a world of soy or something like that.
And yeah, it doesn't even make any sense. If you're really soy boy, then why'd you just crush and humiliate Daniel Hakikachu, the man?
Oh yeah, I thought you were asking
the manliest of all jihadis.
I thought you were asking about why he's talking about soy. So that's the joke behind that. But the thing is, with him, he's just being funny with me because I was being a jerk in the chat.
Sean says Mordecai Kedar. Yeah, I keep seeing that name. Not familiar with that. I'm gonna have to actually look up Mordecai Kedar. How dare you say we insult? AP fans only speak truth. That's from the channel called AP Fan. Mother Queen said, hi, AP and D Wood, jizya paid. Nike versus Seventh-day Adventists in Indonesia. Do you know what else SDA would stand for, AP, in Indonesia? Nike, SDA?
Nike versus SDA in Indonesia. I don't know. Is that?
I don't know about that.
No.
Cup of Indian Tea says, new subscribe here, Matt. Hey, you got a new subscriber here, Matt, from Cup of Indian
thank
Tea.
you.
Oh,
Appreciate it.
and you even got may God bless you, so you know it's not an AP fan, so that's good.
Amazing.
Good, wholesome Christian fan. Sorry, D Wood, but I'm not subscribing to a weakling who can't even get 100 subs, probably never even got arrested, and gets no money from Mossad. Sad.
Is this Trump? Is this Trump?
a good point.
I think
This
it's
is a good
Trump's.
point.
It does
His
sound like
counsel.
that. Probably never even got arrested, gets no money from Mossad. Sad. Little weakling. It was the perfect video. See, there you have it, AP.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Do you know what we're talking about there? It was the perfect video.
No
There's the
idea.
guy who was running his mouth about it was the perfect move. That was awesome.
Let's say he's running his mouth. He was amazing. Man.
There you have Sam D says, just subscribe. Good luck, Matt.
Thank you.
Yeah, guys, don't be fake subscribers. Actually, well, I mean,
What were you gonna say there, David?
I just looked at 2 super chats away.
Okay. All right.
You'll see when I click on it. You'll see when I click on. What was I saying?
Don't be fake subscribers. Hit the bell.
Yeah. So the real deal is we're going through some of Matt's videos. If you are the person who likes those kinds of videos, then go subscribe because you'll watch it. If you're not actually going to watch it, don't worry about subscribing because there's different kinds of content. If you're watching me in AP, you might like people who are total annoying jerks all the time. You might like that, so you might go, this guy's too nice for me or something like that. Or you might want a breath of fresh air once in a while. You click on something and you don't need to go take a bath afterwards, like when you watch one of AP's shows. All right, I'll show you guys what I was laughing at here in a second. So there's this next one. Dima says, drug kingpin Mike the Condor. This is not what I was laughing at, but this is funny too. Drug kingpin Mike the Condor Winger got my sister hooked to crack cocaine. He ended up hospitalizing her after beating her with a wire coat hanger. He can't keep getting away with this.
It's so funny because it's just so Mike's so nice. So it could
I know. That's what's funny is you could just say something and then people keep expanding on it. And okay, so so that was funny. But here's what I was actually laughing at, this awesome new channel, Matthew Mittelberg's finger. And he's got and he says, "I'm a cute finger."
Wow, that's great.
That's what I was looking at. So now you have your own. I
didn't know my finger had a channel.
You have your own fan channel now. Harris says, D Wood looks like my dad. Is your dad Jean-Claude Van Damme and Arnold Schwarzenegger rolled into one? And since I haven't met him, he might be. Did you spend any time in Yugoslavia in '88, D Wood? Yeah, I was crushing it in Yugoslavia in 1988. That was my home away from home. Ayatollah says, joking, Matthew is my dog. I'm a founding member of the Mittelberg Army. That's another thing. You have to come up with a name for your fans. Like Mike Winger has, like John McRae has the meme team. Mike Winger has the Wingalings or the Wingaling posse. That's funny just to say it. Mittelberg. Matt, you could call your fans the M&Ms. Matthew Mittelberg, the M&Ms. Hey, shout out to all my M&Ms out there.
That sounds pretty good.
That sounds pretty bad. Yeah.
And here we have, please accept my indulgence payment to the great honorable scholar Sir Wood. I have given extra indulgence for you to crusade that silly atheist and send him to the gin to cry no more. Yes. And so I shall. Is AP a vegan? James from Modern Day Debate says you're a soy boy. It's interesting that we got so many comments from earlier.
No.
Oh, look. Yeah, and just to give you a heads up, Matt, of YouTube is basically a filthy, disgusting place, and especially when you have AP's fans going around here. But you can see comments like this: AP's favorite in Geo's story, semen on the mount. See that?
Yeah.
See it? Got to deal with people like that. Horrible people. Everyone's going to have to go and wash their eyeballs out with soap after reading comments from AP's fans. I will donate more to D Wood as punishment to you, AP, for not making those video games, AP?
CK3 and HOI4 video yet. Yes, they are. They're called Crusader Kings and Hearts of Iron. Yeah.
So you get that, Matt. So you're trying to have an important discussion on a powerful argument, and about video games because that's all atheists care about. We all know AP secretly kisses the Black Stone.
I do.
Secretly.
What are you talking about?
We should try and take the Hodge one day, AP. See if anyone recognizes us
and get killed. That would be amazing, man.
It'd be a cool way to go, though, right?
Yeah. It would be pretty good.
AP and David featuring Johnny Bravo.
That's pretty good.
Hey, let's see. AP and D Wood, you guys gave me the courage to question Islam. I apostatized when I turned 23. I am an atheist now, but I feel myself being pulled to Christ.
Nice.
You see that?
Nice.
You see that, AP?
Nice.
You see that?
Congratulations.
You see that?
I approve.
AP's like, no, go read more Richard Dawkins. He's the only one who speaks the truth. And watch
I will allow it.
And watch Sam
I
Harris.
will allow it.
Sam
I will allow
Harris.
it.
Sam Harris is my lord. Video idea: why Christians don't go to church covered in semen. That's what you deal with. That's actually a serious issue, Matt. Do you know what people are talking about there? We were just talking about it yesterday on AP's live stream. That's why it's in everyone's mind. But AP wanted to explain what that is.
Me? No, I don't want to.
I don't want to explain it. We don't talk about that disgusting things on this good Christian channel. There are all these hadiths, Matt, that say Muhammad was, for some reason, there's no explanation of why, but he always had semen stains all over his clothes. And there's all these hadiths from Aisha saying, and he would be headed to the mosque, and I would say, stop, and I would try to scrub it all off of him and stuff. And so we bring it up even ultimate benefit of the doubt, that's still disgusting. Like he's using his own clothes as a rag and then heading to the mosque in them. So anyway, people are pointing out that no one else, Christians don't do it. Guess what? No one does that. I'm not even aware of Muslims doing it. I'm aware of one person all of history who had that problem. And that just happens to be the guy that everyone's supposed to imitate. Pretty gross. All right, let's jump into this next video.
I do that all the time. I don't know what you're talking about.
Matthew's going to leave. He's going to be all messed up.
And counseling.
He's going to have to go to 3 years of Christian counseling after being on a live stream with us. So, Matt, you're on YouTube. You're in a very, very dirty, filthy place, Matthew. You just have to be. It's the sort of thing that can corrupt a young man of lesser moral fiber than you. So,
this is strong. Pure degeneracy.
It is pretty bad.
Many pure men, many pure intended humans have come here and left as criminals.
I'm looking at the chat. Matt's like, what did I get myself into? Another comment. Matt looks disturbed by this. There's a bunch of comments. Matt looks mortified. That's funny. Yeah.
I feel like why wouldn't I be? Like that feels like the normal human response to that situation.
Yep. Welcome to YouTube, and not just to YouTube. Welcome to a YouTube channel where you associate with a known atheist. All right, here we go.
Is no one else here interested in the truth?
He actually went with a Spider-Man.
He
actually went with the Spider-Man intro to this video.
Spider-Man 2?
He did it.
Is no one else here interested in the truth?
The very concept of objective truth is fading out of the world.
George Orwell. Thank you, MJ.
Yeah, well, I mean, since Peter's not really here to tell his truth. What about you?
Wait a minute. Did you catch that? She says, the concept of objective truth is...
You still got your shoes back there, man.
Different ones.
Yeah, you switched them out. Oh, yeah. And then he's got a book on the bottom that says truth.
I do. Hey, you're probably the first person to ever notice that.
All right, here we go.
What about you?
Wait a minute. Did you catch that? She says, the concept of objective truth is fading out of the world. What's your truth? In other words, she's saying that truth is dead. All we have left is our private, subjective form of truth. Now, I don't think she actually means it. The context makes it clear that she's just using this as a rhetorical play, but I think there are a lot of people that believe that. They believe that truth is dead. We've shown it to be false. We've shown that all we have is our private, personal experience.
I have to say,
in the wake of the 20...
There is already something that makes me feel interested, and that kind of makes me feel like, okay, I might have been wrong about something here, and that's just the very beginning, that scene from a Spider-Man movie. I'm just thinking here, I'm very happy that I never watched those Spider-Man movies, and I can't believe that such a cringeworthy, terrible scene comes from such a successful movie series. And maybe there is something about just that aspect that should make me think about the world and about how there might be more to this than I know.
So you have been humbled by this by this 12-year-old YouTuber.
Indeed.
Guys, Ben.
Yeah.
Guys in 6th grade makes a video and AP admits he has to rethink all of his positions.
Yeah. That's true.
That's pretty good. It does. Yeah. So you weren't crazy about that Spider-Man scene, AP. You weren't like, oh, that really speaks to me.
That
really
looked like one of the worst things I've seen in my life.
Peter's not here to speak his truth.
That looked like one of the worst things I've seen in my entire life.
I was watching this episode of Law and Order SVU. I was watching this episode of Law and Order SVU, and on the show, what's her name? Benson or something. She has an adopted son named Noah, and she gets him when he's a little kid. Anyway, I saw him later and he's grown up. So apparently it's been an extra thing on the show that she has this adopted son who's growing up with her. Anyway, the kid's like 7 or 8, and some other older kid is teasing kids about being gay and so on. And so she has this discussion with her son, Noah, who, again, I don't know, 7 or 8 or something like that. And Noah says, he was making fun of people, so I said I'm bisexual. And she goes, oh, that's good, Noah. Is that right? And he goes, no, I'm not really interested in anything, but I don't believe that anyone should be excluded from love. And she goes, that's great, Noah. And he goes, I spoke my truth. And then I was like, is this how, like, do they think 7-year-olds actually talk like that? Like 7-year-olds are I speak my truth. That's how a 20-year-old college student is trained to talk. I spoke my truth, and that's my truth, and so on. Anyway, I just thought it was interesting that it's like now they're inserting it into the Marvel movies, and anyway.
Well, and I say it in the video here.
They should have said, no, gay doesn't exist. It's actually a disease. No, you can be cured from it. That's what they should have said.
She's not actually making a serious argument here. She's using it as a rhetorical play, but just in the Marvel defense, as a Marvel fan.
Oh, she wasn't really saying this stuff.
Right. She's just using it as an excuse to try to trap this guy.
Yeah. So AP. Always judging everyone else, telling everyone else they're wrong. You're wrong, AP. That was not cringe. That was supposed to. It was her pretending to be cringe.
Oh,
so take back your ridiculous attacks on Marvel.
So on a scale of cringe to based, that would be then based, I guess. Okay, I guess
super based. Yeah, it's based making fun of it, using it and making fun of it. Okay, here we go.
Shown that all we have is our private, personal experience. In the wake of the 2016 election cycle, Time magazine posted a question on the cover of their magazine saying, "Is truth dead?" And this question has been looming in the minds of many people as we continually are barraged with fake news, conspiracies, cover-ups, all sorts of misinformation, and we begin to ask the question, is there really a truth at all? In 2016, the Oxford English Dictionary word of the year was post-truth, and they define it like this. They say it's relating to or denoting circumstances in which objective facts are less influential in shaping public opinion than appeals to emotion and personal beliefs. When there's so many different opinions about what is true about politics and government and culture and morality, a lot of people just sort of conclude that maybe there isn't a truth out there at all. Maybe all we have is our personal beliefs, our personal values and emotions, and the things that we find to be true. And this is especially true when we talk about God. There are so many different religions in the world. How can any one of them be right? There's a famous example that's often given of the blind men and the elephant. And the story goes that there were these blind men going through the forest, and they come across this object, and one of them comes from the front, and they go, whoa, this is a snake, this is a snake. And then another one comes from the side and says, no, this is a wall, it's a wall. And another one comes from an angle and says, no, this is a trunk, it's like a tree. And all of them are actually describing one thing from their own individual perspective. They all think that they have access to the truth, but actually they're all wrong. And because of this example and others like it, can we say that there's also no truth about God? Well, I'm going to argue that in spite of these things, there actually is a truth about God and a truth about reality that we can know. And I'm going to give you 2 reasons. The first is that we can't think it away.
So I actually like the setup here because this is a longer video and looks like you spend sort of, 2.5 minutes or so leading up to your points and telling people what you're going to be addressing here. Any initial thoughts, AP?
Everything okay so far.
Yeah, I think you have good instincts as far as cutaways and going to putting things up on the screen, putting little video clips and stuff up on the screen. I'm sure AP would disagree because he's a fan of no music, and I almost never use music in mine. I think you have the right kind of music that doesn't distract. It has the right sort of tempo to it and so on. So it's good complementary music. Again, I would say it's a little loud. But other than that, looking good.
What is truth? One way of thinking about it is that it's an idea that matches reality. So 4 equals 4 is true. It fits, it matches with reality. But 2 equals 4 is not true. It doesn't fit, it doesn't match with reality. And in the same way, if God is real, all of the atheists are wrong. And if God isn't real, if he doesn't exist, I'm wrong as a Christian. What matters is not
AP's like, what? I'm not wrong. You can see it on his face. He's like, what? He said I'm wrong. I will humiliate him. So,
Yeah.
Let me go back a little. Hey, check this out. Hey, look, you're getting some comments here. Cornelia says, atheists hate music, you see. Good video. Subbed.
Thank you.
Wait, what is this? Let the fella talk more. We're sitting there going through his entire video. What do you mean, let him talk more? What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
Look for any more.
Yes.
Truth found dead. Propaganda, prime suspect.
Powerful.
Here we go. Scarlett says, that's quite good. Good quality content.
Thank you.
Pretty good.
Cornelia said, not bad. Hey, look at your finger up in the air. The finger.
There it is. I'm counting again.
All right, here we go.
is real, all of the atheists are wrong. And if God isn't real, if he doesn't exist, I'm wrong as a Christian. What matters is not how sincerely or how hard I believe something. What matters is whether or not that belief is right. So when it comes to the blind men and the elephant, there's several problems with the analogy. First is there's a real truth. It's actually an elephant. It's not a wall. It's not a snake. It's not a trunk. It's an elephant. And there's a second problem. It's the relativists. They're the only one in the analogy that happens to be able to see. All of the religious people, they're blind. They don't have any access to the truth. But it's the relativists that can actually notice and see everything. Why is that? What is
that is funny. You see someone like AP's like, yes, all these religious people, they think they know the truth, but I'm the only one who has the truth. And by the way, there is no truth.
That is true.
There is no truth, and that's true.
That is true.
Wow.
giving them the access to truth that none of these religious people have, especially in light of the fact that maybe one of those religious people has actually received a divine revelation. Maybe God, if he exists, has actually communicated his nature, what he's like, to one of those religious people. So the elephant and the blind man analogy breaks down at its core. Ultimately, every argument made against truth fails because truth is logically inescapable. Arguments against the possibility of truth are self-defeating. It's like saying, I can't speak a word of English. As soon as you say it, you're disproving the very idea you're trying to communicate, and therefore it's necessarily false. Someone will say, you can't know the truth. Well, do you know that? Well, it's arrogant to say that you know the truth. Are you saying that you know that it's arrogant to say that you know the truth? What about if you say you can't trust somebody who says that they know what's true? Should I trust you when you claim that as well? These arguments against truth self-contradict because
I'm looking at Matt grinning at his own video.
Sometimes it's like your child, you just can't help but be proud of it.
That's like AP. AP watches his own videos and he's like, oh, that's so smart.
Is trying to say something true. It's like saying,
makes
sorry,
sense.
I never apologize. So truth exists. We just have to acknowledge the fact that reality exists, and some of our ideas match that reality, and some of them don't. And in that way, truth seems inescapable. The second reason that truth is not dead is that we can't live without truth.
I have one problem with everything, with the content so far, or with the message so far, which is just to understand from your point of view, what is the point of the analogy of the elephant and the blind man in and of itself? So what is the point of that story?
The point of the story is supposed to say, all these religions, they're just describing the same thing from their own individual perspective. And so they're all right. They're all equally just as valid and good. That's the internal point. Now, my point is to say, look, there's one objective truth. It's an elephant. And, the relativist is supposed to be the one that can actually see this situation. So they put themselves in a different epistemic situation as the rest of reality.
I understand. So are you saying that what I don't understand? Maybe I missed a part of it, but are you saying that the analogy there only used within the context of having a discussion about this very topic would be about that, or are you saying that the analogy itself, the whole story itself about the elephant and the blind man, that the point of that very story is to challenge objectivity and to say that everything is, dependent on the observer?
People have given that story as a way of saying, like, look, all roads lead to Rome, all paths lead to the same mountain. And I'm breaking that analogy down to say, hey, actually, it doesn't work that way. Even in the analogy itself, you can see that there's one objective truth that each of these people may be describing incompletely, but there's actually one reality that they're trying to get at.
I understand.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, when we are talking about just the story itself, I think the main point of it was not about challenging objectivity or objective truth, but it was rather about how people, based on their limited observation of a certain thing, may have different interpretations and different ideas of what that certain thing is, and that they are not entirely wrong. Their observation is just incomplete, which is why they are at the level that they are. But combined, they can come closer to what is actually true.
Well, you could argue that way. That's not the way that I've heard it argued when I've talked with different Hindus before, or when I've talked to people about this that have kind of given this kind of analogy before. I think, trying to think of his name, there's a famous pluralist that also gives this as an example. I can't think of his name, but
I'm pretty sure that's the point of it. I'm pretty sure that's the point of the story, but I might be totally wrong on this. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, in it, I mean,
you're probably both right and wrong, AP. There are probably some people who use it like you're saying, and other people who use it like Matt is saying. Yeah. Because I've heard people use it like Matt is saying, but when I think about it, it seems to fit pretty well with what you're saying, AP. In other words, I could use it as an example, as you're pointing out, and reject the way that some people have used it.
Right. If this was like a literal situation and everybody was there doing that, and I'm the one person who happens to be able to see, I would conclude, oh, look, they're all equally right. I would say, hey, guys, you're actually just describing the same thing from different perspectives. The problem with that, though, is that when you look at the religions of the world, they're not like, oh, basically the same and like minor differences. No, they're very different. You compare Hinduism with 330 million gods, or however many, versus Christianity with one God. It's it's a very, very different story. So they're not
Well,
they're mutually exclusive.
you heard the story in that way, and I heard the story in a different way. So from my perspective, the story is
We're both
from your
equally
perspective is different.
truthful. Yes.
Yeah. AP. No one cares about the version you got in Nazi Germany. Okay?
My version is actually the correct version because I actually learned it from the source itself.
I learned it from the greatest speech of all time. The Fuhrer was saying, "A hike and an elephant, a hike and a high on a trunk, and a hike and a."
That's how I talk all the time. That's how I dream. Yeah.
Intellectually embrace the idea that there is no truth has to go out and live as if there is truth. A couple years ago, I did a Star Wars VR experience with some of my friends, and it was so cool because it felt like...
Did he just say it was so cool?
Look at this. Look at it. Always has to humiliate people because they're not as cool as him.
And then I went to the Star Trek convention and it was so cool. Everyone there was
not Star Trek, Star Wars. Okay,
you have to say it's
global
dope.
phenomenon.
If you said it's dope, David would be like, "Yeah, that's it."
Yeah.
Your age is showing, David.
Hey,
get off my lawn, kids. Star Wars.
You were born after Star Wars, man. What are you even talking about? Oh boy, here we go.
I was in Star Wars. I was shooting at...
It was so cool. I was in Star Wars with a hat on. It was just like being a stormtrooper. Here we go.
Is truth. A couple years ago, I did a Star Wars VR experience with some of my friends, and it was so cool because it felt like I was in...
Hey, that's actually video footage of you. You're way darker with different lighting.
It's true.
Star Wars. I was shooting at Darth Vader. I was walking through these hallways. It was amazing. But if I had chosen to lose touch with reality and chosen to believe that the VR experience was actual truth, then I could have gotten really hurt. I could have tried to drop kick a stormtrooper or jump over a barrier or run for my life and run smack dab into a wall, because at the end of the day, this was just a VR experience. Your private conception of the world quickly bumps up against reality. Truth exists. Reality exists, and we can't live otherwise. Now, I'm perfectly willing to admit that sometimes it's hard to know what's true. There's a lot of misinformation out there, and sometimes it's hard to sort through it all. We need wisdom to know what is true. That's why I think we need to ask a different question than, is truth dead? We need to ask ourselves first, do I want to know the truth? Post-truth has existed.
So that's like AP. Is it he doesn't believe in the truth, or he doesn't really want to know the truth because it might lead away from Richard Dawkins? That's the question.
A lot longer than 2016. In fact, I think it's been around as long as people have been here. In the Bible, we read of when Jesus was put on trial, he was brought before Pontius Pilate. And Pilate has Jesus before him, the truth, the way, the God and creator of the universe. And he asks him potentially the best question he could have asked him, which is, what is truth? But then he walks away. He doesn't wait to hear Jesus' answer because he doesn't want to know the truth. Most of us know that there's a truth out there, but many of us don't want to know the truth. We can't handle the truth. One of the main expressions of this is the celebration of ambiguity in our culture. People are praised when they say, well, I just don't know, and I'm open, and I'm questioning. And if you say that you're certain, if you say that you know, if you say that you're sure about something, then maybe you're just a little too closed-minded. But is that really the humble position? To say that I don't know, and it's okay for me not to know. You see, that's an incredible claim, to say that not only do I not know who God is, I know that he's okay with me not knowing. That's a pretty huge claim. If you're making that claim, what makes you so confident to know that it's okay for you to just continue to question, continue to ask, and never settle on who God is and what he wants from you. If Christianity is true, it's good news. There's a God who loves you and desires to know you and desires for you to truth, and the truth will set you free. Free to live in light of your purpose and identity. Free to live without trying to create your meaning in the world. Free to know that you are loved beyond measure. If this is true, it's not something that we should avoid. It's something that we should run towards and pursue and take confidence in. Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. This means that we can not only intellectually know the truth, but know this truth personally. We need to ask, is this true? And there's many reasons that we can be confident that it is. My encouragement is to pursue the truth. Not only is truth not dead, it's alive and well, and we can know it. Jesus promised, ask and it will be given to you, seek and you will find, knock and the door will be opened to you. If you're interested in knowing some of those reasons, then check out some of the links in the description, subscribe to the channel, and we'll see you in the next one.
This is an interesting advertisement.
What do you mean advertisement?
This is an interesting advertisement video. That's what I'm saying.
Advertisement for what, AP? What are you saying? Quit speaking in riddles, Sphinx.
It sounded like an advertisement video, like that. It just I just zone out because it's like an advertisement video, and I would normally click away. I'd be like, yeah, okay, I'm not interested, whatever the product is. That's what I would say.
Doesn't want to know the truth
about the message here. That's what I would think, if you want my honest opinion.
Now it's interesting because I think atheists generally are on board with the idea of objective truth. At least in my experience, when I talk to them, they're not on the board of like, oh yeah, everything, just whatever you feel is true. They're much more on board with, either there is a God or there isn't, and there's one reality about it. So maybe that's why it doesn't particularly interest you, AP.
Yeah, no, I have never ever had a problem with the idea that that there is the objectivity that we can all agree on, and that things are not as relative as some may want them to be. The issue also with the whole analogy of the elephant and the blind man, I'm still stuck there, is that I am sure now at this point that it is actually about how there is one reality, but we have different understandings of it, and exploring the different understandings can bring you to the actual reality. So that would be the actual point of the story.
Yeah, I get that, but that wasn't the point of what I was responding to there. Now, I think you could argue against that to say, look, if there is a God out there, doesn't he know how to communicate? Doesn't he know how to talk? Is he so unable to tell us what he's like that he has to let all of these religions be equally wrong, and we've got to investigate all of them? Or could it be possible that there is a revelation of God that is given to mankind? And what would that look like? Well, if God wants to make himself known to us, why wouldn't he write himself into his story? It's like an author, writing himself into the story so that the characters can know. And that's what we have with Jesus. We have Jesus entering the world. Jesus is God. He's entering reality. He's taking on human flesh. And the Bible says that he's the clearest revelation of God. So, I think it's definitely possible that there is a very clear revelation of this is God. This is what he's like. Look at him. And he's certainly not what we expect. He describes himself as gentle and lowly. He describes himself as loving and compassionate.
Yeah, I wouldn't agree that it is very obvious, and I wouldn't agree that it is basically revealed to everyone. I would say just the mere fact that you would have to make a lot of arguments for it and compel people basically to look at the narrative and accept it as historically true, and then make a case for why it is actually true, despite the fact that you can't easily verify it. And all of these factors hint at one issue, which is it is not really as clear as you make it out to be. It is indeed quite hidden, quite unclear. For example, I can, from my point of view, confirm that it seems historically very likely, as historians would agree that Jesus, for example, did exist, and that he was born, he lived, he died. He was born, he lived, he got crucified. We can pretty much confirm that. Now, some people, like Bart Ehrman that I recently talked to, despite being an atheist, he would say that a lot of things that are actually found in the Gospels are definitely things that Jesus said and did, actually. But there is no way, as a historian, for example, to confirm whether the Bible narrative or whether the Gospel narrative or the entire New Testament narrative is entirely accurate. He, for example, claims, as a historian, that a lot of it was added later on to the story to make it more convincing, or not even with malintent, but that basically certain perceptions by people who were basically giving into their own biases and their own fascination basically added to the story and gave a human touch to it, which made it more fascinating than it actually was, and things like that. So, but the whole point of that story is, I don't think it's that obvious to somebody who lives at that time and sees things happening in a very supernatural and a very fascinating way. It might be very obvious to somebody who's sitting here now and listening to this. It's not obvious at all.
Yeah, and I don't mean to say that it's obvious that Christianity is true. I'm saying that the methodology of the blind man and an elephant of all of these religions are all equally trying to get at the same thing, and there is no revelation from God in that case. Let's say there's a God out there and he just doesn't reveal himself to us at all. I think that's problematic. I think it's much more likely that if there's a God and if he desires relationship with us, that he will communicate to us. And many people have found the evidence for Christianity to be not only satisfactory but overwhelming. And I've read Ehrman's books. I think he's a very smart individual, but I think he also he gets some things very wrong, and I think he makes some arguments that are problematic. So, but I didn't mean to say that oh, you're an idiot if you don't think that Christianity is true. I think it does
Well,
it does take
Want me to say it?
yeah.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, all right. You can say that, David.
You see him? You see, he
Basically what you said.
wants
It's
me to
exactly
be
what you
wants
said.
me to be a jerk on my channel. You see that?
It's exactly what you said. It's what I heard.
You be the bad cop, I'll be the good cop.
That's kind of how I
From
view
my
myself, though. Like
perspective-
I'll say all the mean things so that other people don't have to.
From my perspective, I know that it is true that you actually said that. Although
Is this
from your
your truth?
perspective, it might be different.
This your-
This is my truth.
This is AP's
This
truth.
is my truth.
It's AP's truth.
And
Yeah,
I make my own truth.
Yeah, my it's a little weird for me because I come from an earlier generation. So when I see Frank Turek has a new video defending that there is truth, I'm like, who the heck are you talking to, right? Because it's like it's a different era. You know what I mean? So like, why are you guys so obsessed with defending truth? So it only kind of makes sense if you're dealing with a certain crowd. In other words, some of that is like completely foreign thinking to some people for whom it is not an issue. Like that will be true of a lot of atheists who are like, of course there's truth. What the heck are you talking about? What are you babbling about? And yet you do have these. I spoke my truth, my truth.
And people don't to say it quite like that, like the example of the TV show that you gave, but they will say, well, you have your God, I have my religion, and we can both be right, we can both have our own truth. Or they'll say, my truth is this, and they whether or not they use the words, that's the attitude, is just that spiritual reality is just a private conception. It's just a private thing. It doesn't affect anyone else. And therefore I can just create whatever I want to believe. And that's problematic, because if there is a God out there that actually exists and actually has standards for your life, then you better believe that your private conception doesn't affect that. It's just like anything else in the world. If you have cancer, you need to go to the doctor. That's an objective reality. And I have another video on that of, why should I even care about this issue? And I talk a lot about that.
The funny thing is, to me, both of those perspectives make complete sense.
Why are you stuttering?
I'm completely
Wow.
overwhelmed, man. Uh, neither of those perspectives is actually, is illogical or absurd. Both of those perspectives make complete sense. I would say the one where God is so involved with His creation makes it obvious, and there is one truth, and that's the truth that you should find and get at, and you can actually easily find that truth, or the explanation that. Just as a hand has different fingers, there are different ways and things like whatever analogy you want to use. I wouldn't say that there's anything absurd about either of those scenarios. They both make sense in their own way, and you could spend eternity explaining why both of those. You could for both of them spend eternity to explain why they are correct and why the other one doesn't make sense.
Or you could spend eternity listening to AP whine about everything.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, final thoughts on that, Matt, and final thoughts on everything AP just said, and then we'll jump into some super chats, and then we'll check out one more video, this one about Richard Dawkins.
Yeah, thank you for the feedback on that. I think
just encouraging.
Yeah. No, I think if there is a God, then he is able to communicate, and it would make sense that there would be one religion that actually is accurately describing things. And when you look into the Bible, I think you, from a source that is objective, I think you do find there's an amazing consistency to the message throughout. There's amazing fulfilled prophecies. There's all sorts of evidence that points to it being the Word of God. So.
And so it looks like you're doing various things as various steps in these videos. So you have this one: is your truth different than my truth, or is there one objective truth? And then, which worldview should you want to be true? That was your next video. And then, is God relevant to my life, or should I care more than anything else? So I guess the reasoning would be, okay, so if you're denying that there's truth, then you got some problems here. And if there is a truth, then if the truth is that God exists, seems like you'd want to know that because it's really relevant. And then you've got a video on, is God relevant?
Yeah, those all three videos I think kind of tie together. If I should care about what God is like, well, what worldview should I want to be true? Because we're not purely intellectual beings, and this is just obvious that our desires do influence our thoughts. And yes, we should follow the evidence wherever it leads, but we should also question, am I resisting this thing because I think it's false, or am I resisting it because I just don't want it to be true?
Yeah.
And I have a misperception of what it is. So I think it's worth kind of evaluating those things.
Yeah. You got people like AP. I don't want to have to follow any rules.
Yeah.
AP, Atheist, 5 books. David Wood, Super Genius, 500 books. Draw your own conclusions. That is a powerful, powerful point.
There are 6 books, not 5.
6 books. That's all the books he has. Funny. Katniss says, one of 2. Thought I should share this as a skeptic with Catholic backing. Year ago, I was going through a really difficult time. I cried out to God, if you don't talk to me or show signs, I'm going to do harmful things. 10 minutes later, my grandma from a different time zone and country calls me. First thing she says is, God told her to call me to tell me to go to church and confess. You catch all that, AP?
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah.
AP thinks you're lying, Katniss, but I believe you.
No, it's an interesting story.
Yeah. AP would be like, oh, it's a coincidence. It's just a coincidence. AP, please tell him it's Mittelberg, not Mittelborg. What?
Who said Mittelberg?
I don't know.
Mittelberg. Yeah. Well, how do you spell your name again? Wait a minute. It's
literally
that is the way it's the way
description.
it's spelled, right?
Mittelberg.
It'll be Mittelberg. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mittelberg.
that's about as German as you can possibly get.
Mittelberg. Mittelberg.
Gosh, blonde-haired, blue-eyed German kid here talking. Wow.
Mittelberg. It's Mittelberg.
Wow.
There it is.
Learn some German. Have some respect for this pure, superior language.
This is.
I wish I did do some.
All right, so we're going to watch one more video. I'm going to watch the Dawkins one. We'll go through a couple more super chats here.
You see how the Christians have to depend on Richard Dawkins, on the atheist, to create content and to get a message across. You see,
you guys are the ones who worship him. So
this is how the cosmos humiliates them. See,
is this weird? I am a D Wood fan and a Mike Winger fan. Am I a Woody Wingaling? This is the perfect. Some people call my fans the Woodies. This is the perfect move in atheist humor. You see, atheism is not true. Proverbs 3, 5-6. Proverbs 3, 5-6. Trust in the Lord with all your heart and do not lean on your own understanding. In all your ways acknowledge him and he will make straight your paths. Hey, wait a minute. Now you have multiple accounts named after you. Matthew Mittelberg's trainers. Ignore.
Wow.
So he got his shoes. You see the picture? It's got your shoes.
Yeah, that's beautiful. I love that.
Ignore the haters. Ignore the haters. I am beautiful. That's a message directly from your shoes.
I think that sounds like them.
Modalicious says, God doesn't exist and I hate him. Oh, that's from Atheist. Atheist. God doesn't exist and I hate him. Atheist. There are hundreds of gods. Which one is correct? Chad Christian. The one you hate. Nice. That is a good point.
That's a very nice imaginary conversation.
I literally had that discussion like 700 times.
I've never encountered a single atheist who said I hate God.
Yeah, well, I mean, you guys show it with your actions. Okay.
That's like literally it's like a perception that I've seen 5 million times in memes.
Mm-hmm.
Or atheists, they say I hate God, and I have not seen a single person in my life who is an actual atheist and who says I hate God. Like not a single person. I still have to encounter that one atheist.
You're saying it. You're saying it with your actions. With your actions.
Well, you are saying with your actions that you just want to believe whatever you want to believe. You can make all those assertions as you wish. You see.
Here's AP.
There you go. This is your truth.
I'm going to spend every waking moment attacking God.
You're making your own truth now, David. You see, it's your own truth.
All right, here's again from Katniss. So here Katniss says, second experience, wish I could explain better, but chats are expensive. Chats aren't expensive. Was at a large prayer event. So you went to a large prayer event, went to a counselor. She put her hand on my head and prayed. She said, Jesus was there whenever I prayed. He told her to tell me he is blessing, insert my brothers and my nickname. I told her that's me and my brother. Even she was surprised. It was a large event, didn't know her before. So didn't even know this woman. And she said Jesus told her about her and her brother, named them by nickname. Interesting.
Wow.
Will AP be at all impressed by that sort of thing? No. Because maybe, I mean, hey, Matt,
You know what the funny thing about these things is, with these experiences is, I had experiences like that when I was a Muslim toward being a Muslim.
No, you didn't.
If I went by those experiences, I should be a Muslim now. Why am I not?
No, you had no such experience.
This is the thing. I had experiences like these. Like
really. So you walked up to someone at a mosque you've never been to, and they were like, "Hey, let me tell you and your siblings."
Not the same thing. Not the same thing. But you will hear from lots of Muslims that they had similar experiences, and they're like, "Just how could this happen? This is clearly Allah sending me a sign."
So your experiences are like you're grabbing onto the trunk of the elephant, and you're like, "You see, this proves that he's a snake."
Hey, I believe AP. I believe that he had these experiences, and I think you should take them seriously. That there's a higher reality, just like Nabil did, right? Nabil had these miracle experiences when he was
a Muslim
young man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then
I know it's my
it was
cousin,
actually
for example,
Jesus. Yeah.
I know for my cousin, for example, like my cousins, I have this one family that is a very, very large family, lots of kids. They were very busy, and so one of those cousins, he was at a stage, and that is a very extremely religious family. He was at a stage where he was completely disconnected from all kinds of religious living, wanted to live his life, go out into the world. He did this crazy thing where he went outside one day in the rain, which is like incredibly dramatic. I don't know why he would do that, and basically walk forever, endlessly. And he basically, according to his side of the story, he was walking on this rainy day forever, saying, "Please, please help me, please, just help me, please lead me toward a path. I don't know what to do anymore. I can't do this anymore, and give me a sign." And out of nowhere, suddenly, in a very unlikely environment in Turkey, somebody that he knew from Germany somehow shows up, and who is a religious person who encounters him at that very specific time for a specific event, and is like, "Hey, very surprised to meet you here." And that leads to my cousin turning around, seeing that as a very clear, indisputable sign of Allah sending him a message and returning him to the faith. And to this day, he is incredibly pious and religious and all of that. The thing is, I found that very impressive back in the day. When I think about it now, I still understand why it is impressive, and I still understand why you would consider it impressive, and why you, if you were affected by that experience, would find it impressive and would maybe change your life completely from then on and never be shaken again. But now when I look at it, I also think it's actually not really that impressive.
Hey,
What am I supposed to do with this experience?
Hey, did
With this
everyone notice?
information?
Did everyone notice that Katniss said everything in very short super chats? It took like 10 seconds to read, and AP goes on to has to go this like 20-minute tangent about his cousin
Well,
in Turkey.
oh, I should trust my cousin now.
It is
I'm
interesting.
going to
Like
become a
there,
Muslim.
yeah, there are interesting, like, yeah, there's possible explanations for these things. Some of them can be coincidences. Some of them could be, if there is a dark spiritual realm that could be misleading people. Even in the Bible we read about the Egyptians doing miracles and signs and things. So, but it also could be God leading people towards him and towards the reality of his existence in general. I think, though, when you see the proportion of miracles that are done in the name of Jesus, and the ones that are far more miraculous than, meeting somebody on the street, more like people regrowing their intestines and, all sorts of incredible miracles. You can read about those. It's pretty amazing. In the Case for Miracles by Lee Strobel, that'll give you some good stories that.
Hey, don't be
are
plugging
little
books on
harder
my.
to
Don't
do.
be plugging books here. What the heck? No, just kidding. You can plug all the books you want.
Gotta plug my boys.
Yeah.
Aren't you charging him?
Yeah. So I guess it would be similar to I guess what you're saying, Matt. And of course there can be coincidences, and that sort of happens. As a matter of fact, I remember Michael Shermer mentioning an example of this. He's like he traveled to a completely different city and had to go out to a diner or something like this, and went there, and he gets there and it's one of his friends from back home, and it's like, this is mind-bogglingly improbable, but mind-bogglingly improbable things actually happen. But that's a possibility. Coincidence. And then you're pointing out, hey, if you believe in evil spiritual forces, that can be a factor. And then of course the third is which seems to be how Nabil was thinking of it, because he actually believed that his family members and even him, when they were all Muslims, were getting kinds of revelations from God. Then he becomes a Christian, and so he still believed that they were getting like messages from God. He just doesn't believe that they should have taken them as confirmation of Islam. In other words, if a Muslim woman prays for her kid to get better and then her kid gets better and so on, you could take that as just God is answering a prayer or something like that, or you take it as like some kind of confirmation that Islam is the truth. And so his parents still think that no, these things were these things that happened, like, you know, having dreams and then the dreams come true, that these are confirmation of their religion and their positions, whereas he's believed no, God can answer your prayers, or God can give you information and so on, and not be confirming your religion simultaneously.
Yeah.
And yet what we can say is that whatever the case may be with what God is doing by answering prayers, it's all a smack in the face to atheism.
Yep. As long as we want to think that it is. Yeah.
And that would be the indisputable part. Joshua here says, AP opening song is great, but D Wood is master MC Wood. That is true. I spit hot fire. Hasta says, AP criticizes blue light in background. AP has blue light in background. Draw your own conclusions.
I don't have blue light in my background.
No, he has green today.
I wouldn't even call that green.
He has green to signify envy.
Would you say you know what it's like to see green?
No.
No.
You could read about it, AP. You could read about what it's like, since
I don't want to read.
Since it could be exhaustively explained.
I don't want to read about it.
D Wood, has there ever been a three-way debate? I'm thinking, yes, there have been three-way debates when you have three. Like, notice you could have it helps when you have like three different positions. I mean, there have been political debates when you have a third party and so on. But even on an issue where you had three distinct positions, also cool when those are like the main positions. Like if you were talking about free will and determinism, and you had a libertarian and a hard determinist and a compatibilist, they could all have a debate. I haven't seen a debate like that, but it wouldn't surprise me if there is one. Ayatollah says, we need to play up the Star Wars angle in your intro. Intro is of you flying an X-Wing, but instead of lasers, Bibles shoot out.
I am into that. Let's go for that. You animate it, I'll put it on my channel. Absolutely.
Hakusai's wave explains the hair. You know what that means? You know what Hakusai is?
Yeah. That's the Great Wave off of Kanagawa. That's the artist, woodblock artist.
I have the very same painting. It's like one of the few that I actually like to have around.
It's beautiful.
Well,
yeah.
I have the only paintings I like in the background of my stuff that you can't see right now. Wait, what is this? From AP fan? No. What? I don't know what that's about. That was earlier, so I don't know what that's about anymore. Gets a Christian on to discuss deep theological discussions and humiliate atheists. Talks for 50 minutes about lights, shoes, and microphones. Lol.
Well.
Finally
because
made it.
He realized very quickly that it's not going to work. So he thought, what should we do? Let's talk about lights instead.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Finally made it to a live, but it's YouTube tips. Yeah, it is. We actually have a bunch of YouTubers who watch, and some of them are just getting started. And lots of the stuff that we talk about, we had to figure out the hard way. And there's no reason for those of you who are starting off to be learning the same stuff that took us 5 years to learn. Because some of the stuff you have to learn. Some of the stuff you have to learn and learn on your own. Other stuff, it's already been figured out. Francis says, Matt equals cringe. AP equals late. D Wood equals love. That is a good description.
Good summary.
Mm-hmm.
Good summary.
Powerful.
Joshua here says, Catholic, Trent Horn, Eastern Orthodox, Andrew Wilson, Reformed Protestant, maybe Redeemed Zoomer or Vocab. If he's Protestant, what kind of Christian are you, sir? Who are you asking?
A question to me?
Are you asking a question to someone, Joshua?
What kind of Christian are you?
Go ahead and ask. You can go ahead and answer, Matt. What kind of Christian are you?
I am a evangelical Christian.
Die, heretic! No, just kidding. Thomas here says,
"It sounds like you're judging him. What kind of a Christian are you?"
What is this, AP? What were you? What are you doing on your channel when I'm not around? So Thomas here says, AP, that porn song is called "Feeding the Ducks." Think of the motion.
This is all Black Angel's fault. She called it that, and then
oh, Yeah.
I never even thought about it that way.
This is
It was
disgusting. Look,
Matt's
Matt's about to leave and say he can't even be in this live stream because of these perverted comments from AP fans who come over here.
It's funny that comment comes from Christians, by the way, not even from.
No, it comes from AP. This secret Christian commends your work. We got some secret Christians here. David, do you have a video up about the Book of Enoch? No, I don't. Icon color, sensational overload, followed by convulsion, seizure, and death. Poor Mary. Oh, that's from the Mary's room.
Yeah, she just can't handle it.
Color, sensational. She would die from
Poor
it.
Mary.
Blonde hair and blue-eyed has AP. Blonde hair and blue-eyed has AP's attention now, lol. This is the only Christian I will listen to.
Hey, that's what it takes. We'll get him in the kingdom.
Hey, here you go from Red Olympus. I'm an atheist, but if you turn down the background music, I might become a Christian.
I bet. Let's do it.
That is a good point.
AP can now say, "I'm your teacher boy" to a Christian.
Oh yeah, no.
That comes from our good friend Muhammad Hijab, who's "I'm your teacher boy. I'm your teacher boy."
I shan't say that.
Someone remixed it into a song. As evil atheist, will AP help a grandma across the road?
I will throw her in front of the car.
Only if it makes me feel good. Otherwise, I will throw her in front of it.
I will throw her in front of the car without even thinking about it, possibly. But I would also say I might actually just help. I don't know.
AP is not your regular atheist. He doesn't rage quit. That's a good point. What do atheists do? Recite the Pythagoras theorem. What's that?
I rage quit all the time.
No, we have Mohammed Mittelberg. You check the name?
Wow.
Mohammed Mittelberg. AP, you were an apostate?
It's Mittelberg. It's Mittelberg.
They're saying that because what you're doing right there, that's like the ISIS, right? That signifies one
Allahu Akbar.
Yeah, one God.
Yeah.
Only Muslims believe in one God. It's like very special, right? Very
Finished, humiliated, you're done, boy. All right, let's jump into this last video we're going to cover. And this is your response to Richard Dawkins. So this one took off. We've discussed a bit about your title and thumbnail, but let's see what you got here. And this is definitely going to make AP cry because this is his hero.
I know you must be shocked. Matthew, you're a Christian apologist, and you think that the famous atheist Richard Dawkins is wrong? Yes, bold move, I know, but I think Richard Dawkins is wrong. But I'm not talking specifically about his atheism, but about another shocking claim that I think also breaks down under scrutiny. Here's what he says. The universe we observe has precisely the properties we should expect if there is, at bottom, no design, no purpose, no evil and no good, nothing but blind, pitiless indifference.
I've always found that interesting that like this double life of the new atheists. On the one hand, they'll say things like that. It's just all blind, pitiless indifference and so on. But here are the 50 million things we're going to be judgmental about. Anyway, I don't know.
If you've listened to any apologists for a long time, this quote should sound very familiar because it's often quoted as a representation of the atheistic worldview. This quote is useful because I think it accurately describes the kind of world that atheism predicts. But does it accurately describe our world? A world of no design, no good and evil, no purpose. Is that the universe we observe? Thankfully, no. Our world looks nothing like that, and you have to ignore all of the evidence to say that it does. Here's what I mean. First, we observe design. Nowhere is this more clear than the fine-tuning of the universe. Scientists have so far discovered over 100 parameters and constants that had to be just so in order for life to be possible anywhere in the universe. And that's just the way the universe actually is. The agnostic physicist Paul Davies said, "The fact that these relations are necessary for our existence is one of the most fascinating discoveries of modern science." One example of fine-tuning is the gravitational constant. This is the number that determines the force of gravity. If this number were to change by 1 part in 10 to the 60th power, life would be impossible. That's
Someone like AP is sitting here thinking, so you're saying there's a chance?
No, you know the most common response to that,
Look,
right?
look at him getting enraged. Go ahead.
You know
Go
the
ahead,
most
go-
common
go
response
tell-
to
go
that,
and tell
which
us.
is like one of the most common responses to that is that there is such a little chance, and when you get that chance, you think, wow, there is such a little chance. Okay, something must have done this. Somebody must have created this. That's basically what's happening. What some people say, but then on the other hand, I would
Is
say
the stupid response. But go ahead.
for example, the objection that Richard Dawkins and many others have to it. Also, the one guy who wrote that book. I don't even know. I don't even remember his name.
This is literally.
that?
Oh,
The
and yes,
Universe of Nothing?
the one guy who wrote that book, he's completely refuted all this stuff. Oh yeah, what's
No,
the book called? The book's called Trust Me, Bro.
No, what's it called? Universe from Nothing. I keep forgetting the guy's name. He has such a forgettable name to me. I think it's called The Universe from Nothing. Remind me. The response is basically that they don't agree at all with the whole observation here with this chance. What they do agree, however, is that within the universe that exists, which necessarily exists, it is there is very little chance that life would form on a planet, which is why on most planets life does not form. Only on very few of them it successfully comes into existence and successfully develops to a detectable level. But that this does not indicate that there's a design or a creation behind it, but rather that there is simply, a low chance, which in and of itself doesn't really mean anything.
Hey,
But
AP.
yeah, continue.
AP, I have a new
Continue.
challenge. New challenge. Tell me you have no
Lawrence Krauss. Lawrence Krauss. Exactly. That's who it was. Lawrence Krauss. Yeah. Okay.
Just so you know, quoting Lawrence Krauss to us would be like a guy citing Zuckernick. Just so you know.
That's pretty rough.
That's why I'm saying extremely forgettable name, but the book is actually makes
Krauss
sense.
is not a forgettable name. That sounds like something you would.
I heard that
because
guy's
it sounds
name
like
like
because
50
it sounds like
times,
Kraut.
I forget
It sounds like Kraut.
Well, to me, it sounds like a very, very forgettable name.
Hey,
I
AP.
heard it
AP, I have
50,000 times. I still don't know that.
I have a challenge. I have a challenge for you. Show me you know absolutely nothing about the fine-tuning argument without telling me you know absolutely nothing about the fine-tuning argument. Oh, you
I
just
wasn't
did.
responding.
You just did.
I wasn't responding to the general fine-tuning argument. I was responding to the very aspect of it that Matthew here brought up at that point.
And you're completely wrong. What are your thoughts on the nonsense AP just spouted, Matt?
Yeah, it's hard to know where to start with it. Yeah, it seems like you're ignoring kind of just the picture of, it's not proof that God exists, right? It's not absolute proof, but it is an incredibly strong case to say, look, things are so finely tuned. There's a 99.9999% chance that we get a result where life can't exist. It's not a life permitting universe. It's not a life sustaining universe. And yet we happen to find ourselves in one where things are set up exactly the way that they need to be for life to exist. It's like getting, 10 royal flushes in a row and going, but it could be chance, right? Like it could be chance. Well, yeah, but it seems like it's probably designed. It's probably designed this way.
Yeah, I think of it in terms of because as you mentioned, like any sort of scenario is going to be massively improbable. Like if I were to list all the things that I did today and were to go back in time and say, what are the odds that I would do all of these things in that order? It would be insanely, massively, ridiculously improbable. And so if a universe is going to form, and that, it's a separate argument about how you get a universe at all. But if a universe is going to form, sort of any universe that formed would be massively improbable as far as whatever particular laws of nature you have. So I think of it in terms of goal-directed versus non-goal-directed. If something is, if there are a bunch of requirements that are necessary for life, it looks like you could think of that as there's an actual there's a reason for it to be this way.
Yeah.
Versus a non-goal directed. And so it's when you see something that looks like it's a goal directed system, a goal directed outcome, then you start thinking, okay, I think of it in like Bayesian terms, like, okay, if there's nothing to pick any scenario over any other scenario, how probable is it that it would be something like we have now? Seems massively improbable. Just as any particular outcome would seem massively improbable. If you have an agent involved who is picking one, then is it surprising that you get something that's a kind of goal directed system where it looks like something is being selected for a purpose? Well, there it wouldn't. And so I would say it would favor an agent over none. The evidence would favor an agent over
right, because if
non-agent.
God is creating a world and he wants to have relationship with human beings, he wants to have a relationship with beings that can exist, then he's going to create a kind of world where we can exist. And it's just like, a lottery, right? Let's say it's 1 in 10 million that any one person wins the lottery. We don't look at that one person and go, oh, you couldn't possibly have won the lottery, because it's 1 in 10 million. No, of course, it's possible that one of them wins. But if it's, let's say it's the lottery commissioner's sister and she wins the lottery, then we go, seems like there's some sort of design here. And let's say she wins it twice or 3 times or 4 times in a row. Suddenly it's like, seems a lot more likely that the system's been rigged for
That's
her
not
to
really
win.
how it is, though. That would be a false analogy. Like, let me just ask you one simple question, which is,
It's not a false
you,
analogy.
you both basically just answered the question, but if we were to assume, and I'm not even granting it, and I know that those who object to the argument don't grant it either, because it is never proven, it is just suggested. But let us say that it is true that there is such an extreme unlikelihood that life could come into existence in a specific universe, and that if something was slightly tweaked, it didn't work. Let us grant that. Is there still a possibility that it simply happened on its own and that there is no creator behind it?
So you're saying there's a chance. You're saying there's a chance. Yeah, the argument is not this is the only possibility. The argument is, here are the things that are necessary for life that's anywhere in the ballpark of what we think of as life. You need a lot of things. You need a very particular kind of universe. If you start changing things like the law of gravity and so on, you don't even get the basic components that you would need to have life. And so the more precise things are, the more it looks, the less probable it is that you got this precise outcome by chance. Just as he's pointing, is winning the lottery once, it's improbable, but if it happened, it happened. If you won 10 times in a row or 20 times in a row, you'd start okay, this is obvious. There's something else going on here, because it doesn't happen like that by chance. And so when you have all the factors involved and how precise some of these things need to be, yes, the argument is not it's impossible. It's just the more precise things are, the less probable chance seems.
It's actually to put it more accurately, it's actually that there is it's also from our perspective as observers, you can't even really put a number or anything to it. You can't even really picture it, but there would be a range of possibilities. There would be a range that you could describe as a vast range or a very tiny range under which it would be possible for life, for example, to form, or for a functioning universe to, I don't know, come into existence or pop into existence or to exist, whatever you want to call it. And under different circumstances within this range, it could still happen. Things would just be different. Things could be slightly different, maybe more orderly, maybe less orderly, or if you can't even define orderliness or order in the universe. So there is a range. We have no way of describing that range and telling if it's a big range or a small range. That's all completely relative. There are many possibilities. It's not like there was only one chance, a very tiny chance of things being exactly put in a very specific way. And if it weren't put in that very specific way, nothing would work. That's not really how it is.
That's just you're misunderstanding the constants. It's it's about existence. I mean, the one that I'm giving here, you'll hear me explain. If the gravitational constant is different by that amount, it's not like we get planets that are a little bit bigger or a little bit smaller or something like that. It's we can't have planet formation at all. There's no.
That's also a range. That's also a range. I mean, none of us here are scientists in the field, but so from my reading and my observation of the whole discussion is also
your reading of Lawrence Krauss.
That even that is within a certain range. It's not like we often make it look like we are talking about a system or numbers or like, I don't know, certain things that you twist and adjust accordingly. But in every single term within this argument, we are talking about ranges that are indescribable, that you and I cannot possibly describe to each other. But there are just different possibilities, and none of this implies, as you guys of course admit, that therefore it is impossible. It is only as
didn't say that.
I know.
Quit straw manning us. Quit straw manning us, atheists. All right, go.
Yeah, that's why I just acknowledged that you also acknowledge this, which you also say. So it's about possibilities, and then when we talk about possibilities, then I would say, yeah, of course, this is a very interesting, a very thought-provoking argument, a very thought-provoking discussion. However, it is just an endless discussion about something that both of the sides can make compelling arguments over and over again. It will not positively prove or present empirical evidence for either of these things. Plus, there's also, David, you know very well, there's also the whole thing of explaining this with a multiverse, for example. Right?
Yeah, there's that.
There's that aspect too.
I think that's just like the person at the poker table saying, "Hey, it's possible. I got 10 royal flushes in a row. You guys can't argue with
exactly
me.
AP's reasoning.
It's possible. It's definitely possible.
No,
We can make both
nope.
sides. Both sides can make arguments.
Yeah.
Nope.
We got possibilities.
And AP's wrong. He's saying no, it's not like that because we don't even know the range. Yeah, you can calculate the probability of getting a royal flush. There are different kinds of games with different numbers of cards and so on, but you can calculate the exact probability of getting a royal flush. And when we're talking about the laws of nature and so on, and the constants, they can actually break down. If you change it by this much, here's what happened. It's not like they're just, we think it might change like this if this happened. It's they can say no. If it changes this much, you don't have stars anymore.
How much, David? How much?
I've seen the one I remember from way back in the day was if you want to know how precise the gravitational constant, then think of an old school radio dial on a car and think of that radio dial being the length of the entire universe, and the dial is set where it is.
No, wait, you're getting ahead on the video here.
If you mention,
David,
you're talking about that?
We're getting to that.
Okay, well, yeah, AP, that's a good question. Why don't you let him finish the argument, AP? Oh, no, we can't. Let's talk it. Let me back up a little.
1 part in 10 to the 60th power for our existence is one of the most fascinating discoveries of modern science. One example of fine-tuning is the gravitational constant. This is the number that determines the force of gravity. If this number were to change by 1 part in 10 to the 60th power, life would be impossible. That's a 1 with 60 zeros after it. That's a number that's so incomprehensibly big that I can't even begin to wrap my mind around it.
AP's like, no, zero's nothing.
But here's an analogy from Dr. Rob.
My immediate thought to that is, yeah, that's very impressive from your perspective.
Yes, but not from my perspective because I don't know anything about it.
No, also from my perspective. But that's the problem. It's from your perspective. From your perspective, the universe is.
See,
huge.
what's true for you is true for you. I'm speaking
if
my truth.
if there was if there was a giant observer that is larger than the universe itself, this
My
would
God.
be it wouldn't be probably that impressive, right? Yeah. For example, let's say it was God, it wouldn't be that impressive. It is so impressive from your very limited experience. That's it.
So
Welcome to atheism,
Therefore,
folks.
God.
All right.
Therefore, God.
that might be helpful. Imagine a ruler that's stretched across the
hey, there we go.
entire
I remember that
universe
one.
in 1-inch increments. Billions upon billions upon billions of inches. And the gravitational constant is set at just one of those inches. And if you move it 1 inch relative to the size of the entire universe, life could not exist. That's
AP, I just broke something down for you, and then immediately it was exactly what he was saying. And yet, everything
That
is
doesn't answer the
coincidence.
question at all.
Everything is coincidence to AP.
unbelievably precise calculation. If it was bigger by that increment, the universe would have expanded too rapidly and stars never would have been able to form. Or if it was smaller by that increment, the universe would have just collapsed back in on itself. That's just one example of over 100 that had to be exactly right. We did not get that lucky. So fine-tuning is powerful evidence that the universe we observe has been intentionally designed by someone who cares about our existence. Second, we observe
AP didn't rage quit. I'm surprised. All right, next. Here's the next one.
good and evil. When I mean an
Because it
atheist,
doesn't answer anything.
It doesn't answer anything. All you do
Because
is
it
claim
doesn't even begin to answer the actual
I-
question of,
and I
of,
can
of
sit here-
any, of
I can
anyone
sit
who
here and say
objects.
it doesn't refute Richard Dawkins. He's smart. He's got an English accent.
No, it doesn't actually answer any question that any regular person has as an objection to this.
It
to this
was.
argument.
It is
Like,
the
if somebody
perfect
sat down-
explanation.
Like, for example, I could say that almost anybody here in the chat could agree on one thing here, which is if I asked you and said, "Hey, okay, I understand. Yeah, we're talking about all of these possibilities, all of these, these millions and billions, a bunch of zeros, which are very big and very impressive. Okay, and under which circumstances gravity could come into existence. Okay, very, very nice. But let's say this is an argument meant to convince people. Can you please tell me in very simple terms what exactly had to be done in order for gravity or just existence to form? Can you explain this in simple terms? You will sit down and explain it again, like here, and everyone, and the vast majority of people watching this will still be left not understanding what is being said at all. However, they will pick a side and agree or disagree.
No, that's
wrong.
wrong. Because here's what
is
you will actually have. AP. Someone will say, "Hey, you just explained it very clearly, but I still don't get it. Could you make it simpler, please?" And you say, "Yes." Okay. And
I'm convinced. I'm convinced 80% of the chat or 90% of the chat doesn't understand the argument.
Okay. So here's what you would do.
And I'm not saying that because
Oh
I'm
my
saying
goodness.
that the
You
chat
see
is
how-
dumb.
you see how I
I'm
can't let
saying that
anyone talk?
because- I'm saying that because this is a problem, because it is a problem of a regular human, and an argument that is about the existence of God and your responsibility to acknowledge it needs to be appealing to a regular human. You can't go like this.
Yeah. So
But go ahead.
Here it goes. So you take something like law of gravity, and there's this constant in here. There's this constant. There's a constant. There's a number.
Mhm.
You don't just put the you don't just put the other numbers. You don't just say, "Oh, here's the distance and here's the weight of this one square and the weight of that." You don't do that. It's there's a constant in there, and that constant is a number. It's a big weird looking number. Okay, if that number changed even slightly, you don't exist. And if it changes a little more slightly, nothing that we could even conceive of as life would be here. So the point is, there are a bunch of these numbers in the laws of nature, and they have to be really precise. Some of them, as you're pointing out, there can be a range, but for some of them, it's a very, very small range, very, very tiny range. Like if you had if it was a dial along the length of the entire universe, if you moved it this much in either direction, nothing like you could be here. And so it's still possible that happens. It's still possible that it's right there. it looks like there's a point to it. Just like if I went somewhere and everything was set up for something like me to be there, it would, I don't know, it would seem to me, if I went someplace and the temperature is right, and so it would look to me like really, really look to me like it's set up that way. And the more precise it would have to be, like so human beings, we can survive in a pretty wide range of environments and so on. But imagine we could only survive if the temperature were like exactly 72 degrees. And if it was like a degree higher or a degree lower, then we're dead. And we end up in a place and the temperature is exactly like that. And it's always like that. I don't know. It looks like it's kind of, I don't know. It looks like it's kind of made that way.
And this, this has
cool.
convinced a lot of people.
What is the number, David? Can you tell me what the number is?
What, the gravitational constant? You want me to look it up? I'll look it up right now.
10 to the 60th power. I said it earlier. Yeah, 1 in 10 to the 60th power.
Okay.
And what is that's the probability.
And what is the range of numbers that have to be?
If you want to really dive into this, Luke Barnes has written a book on it. Robin Collins has written books on it as well. That'll
okay. But I'm asking you. Can you give me the number and the range?
Well, I can give you the range. It's 1 in 10 to the 60th power.
Yeah, meaning if you alter it that much.
Yeah.
Okay, if you alter it that much, what would happen if it was at the lower end or at the higher end? What exactly would be different?
I as I said in the video, if it's bigger by that amount, then it is then planets aren't able to form, and if it's smaller by that amount, then the universe collapses back in on itself.
Hey, I know Luke Barnes. Why don't we get Luke Barnes on here? And AP, you can pick one of your friends that you think can respond to that, and we'll get two physics guys on here.
Why the argument is being made? I want to ask a question because the argument is being made. Why would I have to go to the guy who is who studies it and presents it in the most advanced way? I would like to just since we're having a discussion and this argument is being used, I would like to ask the people who make the argument or who present the argument about the details of this argument.
It's 6. The gravitational constant is 6.67430 blah 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 times 10 to the negative 11th meters cubed times kilograms to the negative 1 times times seconds. This is if you so you put that, you have to put that in because you have the other anyway, you have the units in various places in it, but that's what he's saying. So Matt is saying that if you change that number by what'd you say, 1 in 10 to the
60th power.
So if you change it that slightly, then we're not here.
So what if you changed it just a little bit? What would happen?
You're not here. Which part of you're not here didn't you understand?
I understand that, but we're talking about a range, right? And you're saying to change it slightly. So as from my understanding, when you say there is a range and you're saying change it slightly, that implies that not changing it in any way.
You're asking
there was a range in which it could change.
You're asking what would happen if it would change by 10 to the 61 power or something like that?
Yeah, less than whatever range you're giving me. Yeah.
I don't think that's a very interesting question.
Yeah,
the question is, why is it that it's so finely tuned that it's exactly the way it needs to be down to 60 decimal points?
Yeah, I understand that, but I'm curious because I'm curious about the question.
So you're trying to change? You're just trying to change the subject.
Ouch!
Right?
No, I'm not. I'm trying to figure out what exactly happens in that range because you make the explanation that it's like it has to be exactly this way, and if you slightly changed it, even the language used here, if it's slightly changed, then things would not be possible. Okay, then I want to understand if this is the argument given, if it's about a constant and about the possibilities. And about a range, as we have been saying the entire time, then I want to get into the details of exactly what that change is, or what that range is, if that range is actually that impressive, and what exactly would happen if there was a smaller change than what you allow.
And notice what you're saying. You're saying what exactly would happen, in which case we say, okay, why don't we get a physicist on to explain exactly what would happen in whatever increment you're talking about. And you say, no, don't do that. Like, wait a minute. What's
I'm not saying do that. I'm not saying don't do that. I'm saying since you present this as a strong argument, when you present a very strong argument, I would like to actually engage with the details of this argument, because it looks like the number that is given has some great meaning, and it sounds very impressive to me or to the average person. But then, is it actually that impressive? Is it actually that impressive? Is the range that we are talking about really a very impressive range, or is it just a range? And there are actually quite many possibilities, and the fact that we are currently in a functioning universe where things came into existence and where things work the way they are, would there also be possibilities in a multiverse setting, for example, where there are an undefined, indescribable number of universes, and some of them function and others don't? And if we somehow end up in one that functions, is it really surprising that we then say, wow, how did this happen? How did this happen? There must be a designer behind it, as opposed to landing in one which doesn't function, which is not even possible. It's very normal that when there's a very tiny chance and you end up in a possibility where it actually works, you think, wow, there's a very small chance, and I actually landed in it. There must be a creator behind this.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're missing a little bit of the point here. It's not about.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Yeah, I think you are. I think you're getting distracted by what particle physics would do in certain scenarios, and you're missing the fact that things are very, very finely tuned to an order in the gravitational constant, 1 to the 60th power. You want to look at the cosmological constant; it's way more than that. There are all these other constants, and the question is, why are they? Why are we winning the lottery 10 times in a row? Why are we winning the lottery 10 times in a row?
Yeah, notice AP, you can win the lottery 10 times in a row. It's within the realm of possibility. You would not believe that it happened if someone told you it happened. Unless someone said that you have to change your religious beliefs if you think that
no, that's again a false analogy. I would say that is a correct analogy if you could compare it to an observable chances of universes coming into existence where life forms, and we observe it and we say, okay, well, 10 out of so many times it actually happens. Interesting. That would be then a correct analogy. In this case, we are just comparing something to something else that we cannot even observe.
Yeah, well, if you're going to go multiverse, and I can say, well, there's this infinite array of universes where I didn't win 10 times in a row, but I won 10 times in a row here. And you'd be fine with that, right? So you wouldn't have any questions.
That's the problem. The comparison here is absurd. You can't even make such a comparison. There's no way of comparing winning the lotto 10 times in a row to life coming into existence.
You're right, because one of those is massively more improbable.
No, because you can't observe and you can't possibly present any evidence for one of these. You can make speculations, and once you end up in a functioning one, you will think, whoa, what are the odds? Yes, exactly, what are the odds?
But I
don't think we need to be able to. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I'm just saying, if you have this entire range, if you do know the odds, if you have this entire range of values of what that constant could be, and that constant could be anything along that range, and you say, what are the odds that it's in this narrow range for life? You can actually calculate the odds. There's all the possibilities. Here's the target area, and you can actually do the math, and that's the point. You find out it's massively improbable, because if you change it even slightly, you're not here. And if it were one, maybe you have a case. When it's a bunch of them, then it starts. I don't know. It really sounds like, so you're saying there's a chance.
I think
the correct analogy would be, if you want to go with the lotto, it would actually be you win the lotto once in your life and you think, wow, there is such an incredibly low chance for me to win the lotto, and I actually won. Mm-hmm. There must be something behind this.
No, it's a bunch of lottos.
And it's a bunch of lottos, and you're related to the commissioner. It's a specified win. It's not just a random win. It's
AP. If someone said there's a lotto and I have a 1 in 10 to the 60th chance of winning, there's not. You could, if 100,000 planets worth of people are all playing that, it would still be massively improbable that even one person wins a lotto like that. When you say, hey, I will only exist if I win these 100 different lottos with all these insane odds, and I won them all. I'm here. It kind of looks like the game is rigged. That's
Yes,
kind of the takeaway.
that is if you put all the different constants together and say, okay, this
Yeah,
must
like
be
they
that
are in
way,
our
that
universe.
that was that was I know,
Yeah.
but in the end, we're talking about we are talking about these constants being in different ranges and still aligning. In the end, correct me if I'm wrong, we're not talking about how everything has to be precisely the same in order for life to come into existence. There is a range of how things may be in order
Yeah,
for
and so
life.
and some of those,
Unbelievably small range.
yeah, some of those have a
That's the
wider,
problem.
yes, some of
That's
those
the
have a
problem.
wider range than others. But even, I mean, AP, it's like
There's a problem.
if I say what are the odds of getting a royal flush? Well, there are multiple ways to get a royal flush. You can get a royal flush made of clubs. You can get a royal flush of spades, a royal flush of hearts, and so you get they're different. They're different. There's a range.
there, yeah.
There's a range of possibilities
sure.
there. You can still calculate the probability of getting a royal flush,
That's
just like you can say, here's the narrow range that would be life permitting of this constant. That's, you say, okay, let's suppose the range is like this. Well, compared to what? You can actually calculate that. So if it's a range of, let's say, 1,000 light years or something like that, and this is the narrow range, you can actually calculate the odds of getting that narrow range. And when you take them all into account, starts looking suspicious. And I think you're weird if you don't find it suspicious.
No, I think of course, it looks very impressive. But then again, here is what I'm saying. If there was only one possibility, if everything had to be precisely the same way for life to form, I would say, okay, you know what, that is some impressive stuff here. If you're talking about a range of possibilities, and especially different ranges, I would say, okay, that's quite impressive, and I understand why that is impressive, and I actually do think it is impressive. However, I don't think that it's necessarily a great an actual argument, or even a very compelling evidence for the point that you are making, that there is a designer, because you could very much also along that path, although with less confidence, say, I won the lotto. What are the odds? There must be something behind this.
I think
This is all I'm saying. It is
going back
impressive,
to the
but it's not
going back to the
necessarily
original
hint of evidence.
point of the video is that the world we look at, the world we actually observe, doesn't look like one that was just randomly thrown together.
That is
It
true.
looks like one that has been finely tuned for life. It looks like one with design and purpose and meaning. And it's like looking at somebody says, I'm going to have this computer randomly design a program, and it's just going to randomly put some code in there, and it's going to be randomly generated. And then we come in and we look at it and we go, yes, Breath of the Wild. Yes, we've got Zelda. We've got all these characters. We've got all this storyline, impressive graphics, all of these things. Yes, this is exactly this is exactly the properties we should expect given the randomness of this program design. No, of course not. We would say, no, it looks like it was designed for a reason. It was, there's all this code here, and wow, it looks like it had to be exactly the way that it is within a range, for it to be the way that it is. And that's the kind of world that we have.
Yeah, and with so one, I think what he's talking about there is perfectly valid, and it's that the point of the video isn't here is a foolproof argument for the existence of God. It's just, hey, this looks like something that was put together. Dawkins is saying the universe doesn't look like something.
He agrees. He agrees.
No,
I agree. Atheist agrees. Dawkins is wrong and stupid.
No, that's the problem. This is why I get so tired listening to these specific arguments. I agree with both sides. Like when I agree, for example, with somebody who says, the universe looks like there's a lot of aimless nonsense going on. The vast majority of it makes no sense and is just futile things flying around, crashing into each other, accidents happening. None of it makes any sense. Only a tiny minority of it is actually functioning. And it looks like there is no purpose here at all. It's just coincidence. I would say, yeah, good, interesting. This is impressive. Good argument. Maybe we should think about that further. further. If you then say, well, no, it looks like there is some real design at work because there is a very low likelihood for something like this to even happen, and extremely low. It looks like there is more to this. I would say, yeah, okay, I agree with that too. It looks like it. Yes, these are interesting points to raise and interesting evidences toward these points, but that's all it is. There is no empirical evidence in the end. Plus, we are limited to our observations.
If you're reading Lawrence Krauss, though, you owe it to yourself to
I
read.
I am not reading. I'm not reading Lawrence.
If you're reading Lawrence Krauss, you should slap yourself silly. That's all I'll say.
I read C.S. Lewis instead.
Yeah. So and with we should actually like figure out and people have done this. So we should check out like probability stuff and what is kind of beyond the realm of possibility. In other words, if you say, hey, oh man, I won the lottery, that's really, really surprising. Well, you can actually calculate the odds of winning the lottery and calculate how many cracks are being taken at that. In other words, how many trials are there? So how many people are actually playing the lottery? And that's why sometimes people don't win the lottery and then the number goes up and so on. But when you're talking about something like 10 to the 60th power or anything in that range, it's kind of you're in kind of a totally different realm. The stuff when you say, hey, what are the odds of winning the lottery with this number of people playing? Then it's a good chance someone's going to win the lottery. So it's not surprising that someone wins the lottery. And that's why it is relevant if you do have something like a multiverse, because that's the number of cracks you get to take at reaching a certain probability. But
the issue is it is less probable. It is more probable for someone to win the lottery. So it might be less impressive. For example, to you as an outside observer, for somebody who actually wins the lottery, and let's say it's like one person in the nation or one person in the world, and one person actually wins it after engaging in some certain prayer or a certain worship, and then comes to you and argues with you, and you say, there's actually a possibility, and it so happens that it hit you this time. That person could convince you, no, this is an extremely impressive, improbable, almost nearly improbable chance. It happened. There must be something greater behind this.
And so the if you wanted to actually tie it, you'd say, okay, I played these 100 different lotteries. I played these 100 different lotteries, all of different degrees of probability as far as winning, and I prayed and I won all 100 of them. That's what it would be like in saying, I prayed, I won all 100. That is exactly, it was the perfect analogy.
All right. Let's
think
move on.
it actually
yeah, you see this?
It actually
everything has to turn into everything has to turn into a 3-hour argument with this guy. When you make a
terrible point.
People make perfectly reasonable points. You say, "Oh, look, 2 + 2 is 4." No, prove to me that. How do I know? How do I know that it's not different in the Andromeda galaxy?
It's like you walk into a gathering of scientists and you present this point, and the scientists are like, "That's not really how it is," and you're like, "You guys are just ignorant. You guys are just blind. You just don't see it. You just don't agree."
No, you go in there and all you go in there and all the scientists say you are exactly right, which is why some people conclude that there's a God, but I don't conclude that. That's what the scientists actually say. They actually say, yeah, it is mind-bogglingly improbable, but
that's what they say.
I don't believe in God for other reasons.
But the science does not say that it therefore points with an extremely high probability at something else doing this. This is not what the science says. The science stops there.
Well, we've got to make a conclusion based off of that.
No.
That's what.
Do you hear this? This is an atheist saying, don't draw conclusions about stuff.
No.
Don't look at the evidence and draw conclusions. Just
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Thank you. We have AP's permission to continue.
For someone who doesn't believe in God, I often ask them, do you believe that anything is objectively wrong? By objective or universal, I mean that this action would be wrong no matter who does it, no matter what culture they're in, no matter what time period, and no matter what they believe. People often start by resisting this until we get to specifics. Is theft absolutely wrong? Well, what if you're starving? Is murder absolutely wrong? Well, what if there's no justice system in this country? Is racism, is rape absolutely wrong? The more specific...
It's funny, AP's sitting there going, no, it's all relative.
We get, the harder it is to defend the idea that these...
See,
things
Depending
are
on you,
absolutely
depending on your
unique.
worldview, depending on your worldview and your religion, certain things are wrong that are totally okay according to others, and certain things are completely okay that are abhorrent and even disgusting to others.
this is
Go ahead,
why.
discuss.
This is why Muslims
ahead,
keep
go
telling
on.
you. This is why Muslims keep telling you that you affirm incest is okay. See.
Universally wrong, no matter what the culture says. The conclusion for any rational person is inescapable. Right and wrong exist, and it's not defined by us. C.S. Lewis realized this when he was an atheist. He said, "My argument against God was that the universe seemed so cruel and
Mike,
This
you
is so
can't stop
ironic.
it. He just can't
Make-
stop it. What? Go ahead.
Make fun of Lawrence Krauss and then mention C.S. Lewis. It's like, wow, the bottom of the barrel, seriously.
Oh,
C.S. Lewis. That's spoken by a man who's never read C.S. Lewis and has only listened to atheist caricatures of C.S. Lewis. Dude would run intellectual circles. Dude would run intellectual circles around Lawrence Krauss on everything except physics.
I
Fact.
made fun of Lawrence Krauss before anyone else here did it.
No, you didn't. You said he's
No,
your
I did.
hero, like Dawkins.
I did.
I remember him saying that.
Yeah,
I
see,
think he's
burn.
But how had I got this idea of just and unjust? A man does not call a line crooked unless he has some idea of a straight line. Consequently, atheism turns out to be too simple. So it was the realization that evil truly exists that, at least in large part, helped Lewis to accept the reality that there needed to be a divine source for morality. And similarly, when most of us look at murder and genocide, we know that these are truly evil. At most, in an atheistic universe, we're left with preferences. Where do we get this category of universal evil that transcends cultures and boundaries, if not from God? So the good and evil that we observe is powerful evidence for God. Third, we know that our lives
Ooh, see, at first I was like, oh, okay, well, he's just saying the universe kind of doesn't, it doesn't look like it's this meaningless thing and so on. And AP was like, oh, this doesn't prove that God exists. And you were like, oh, well, all I'm trying to show is that Dawkins is wrong, that the universe doesn't just look like some random thing. And then, but there you go. You said, see, this is clear evidence that God exists.
Mm-hmm.
Does seem like pretty good evidence. Pretty good evidence.
Yeah.
Pretty good, as AP would say.
That's exactly what you would say.
All right, so there's one final of the 3 points.
lives have a purpose. We can't really live pretending like our lives are meaningless. We know that people are valuable, and even the way that we talk reveals that. We say that diet and exercise are good for you, and drugs are bad for you. For what about you? For your purpose, for your life, for your flourishing. If our lives were purposeless, it would make no sense to talk about them this way. The reason the question, what is the meaning of life, is such a pervasive one is because you don't have to be a philosopher to ask it. It's not just a specialized few who think our lives have purposes. We all have the subjective experience that our lives are valuable, that they have meaning and a purpose that goes beyond what merely we define. But the problem is that most of the answers people choose leave them feeling empty. People who chase money, success, power, or romance as the purpose of their lives often seem to me some of the most dissatisfied people. And yet we have this desire within ourselves to be fulfilled, to be satisfied, to be happy. And I think there's a reason for that. We actually have a purpose. That purpose isn't just something that we can define or create ourselves, but it's something that has been given to us by God. Again, C.S. Lewis says, "If I find in myself a desire which no experience in this world can satisfy, the most probable explanation is that I was made for another world. If none of my earthly pleasures can satisfy it, that does not prove that the universe is a fraud. Probably earthly pleasures were never meant to satisfy it, but only to arouse it, to suggest the real thing." So the evidence from our lives is clear. The universe we observe.
Stop grinning, AP. Stop it. Just stop it. You're trying to distract me.
This is so funny. As soon as I turned around, that people in the chat are like, "Oh, why AP? Why the attack? Why this?"
Has precisely the properties we should expect if there is, at bottom, design, purpose, both evil and good. Nothing but loving, divine intentionality. Richard Dawkins and all of the other atheists have to ignore all of this evidence to come to the conclusion that the world that we observe actually more resembles the one that's predicted by an atheistic worldview. And what's shocking is that Dawkins has actually admitted that he is not willing to look at the evidence. When he was asked what would persuade you that God exists, he answered, "I'm starting to think nothing would," which in a way goes against the grain because I've always paid lip service to the view that a scientist should change his mind when evidence is forthcoming. The trouble is, I can't even think what that evidence would look like. Even if there was a booming voice and the second coming and clouds of glory, the more probable explanation is that it's just a hallucination or a conjuring trick by David Copperfield or something.
That's exactly what AP thinks.
Supernatural explanation for anything is incoherent. Like a man who puts on a blindfold and then complains that he can't see, Richard Dawkins ignores all of the evidence for God and then says it's obvious that he doesn't exist. My encouragement to you, and if by some miracle this video is ever seen by Richard Dawkins, my advice to you is to approach the world with an open mind. Examine the evidence and be willing to change your mind based on that evidence. Look at the world the way that it actually is. I think anyone who does this with an open mind will see that it fits much better with the picture predicted by Christianity than by the predictions of atheism. That's all I've got for you today. Please like the video, share it with a friend, subscribe to the channel, and we'll see you in the next one.
I'd say all around good video. Good solid video. Significantly, you've been making rapid improvements, and I mean, for someone who only has 9 videos, that's counting your channel trailer and stuff. And again, you've been producing content before you had your channel, but yeah, significant improvement in a short amount of time. Good use of graphics. Still think the music a little too loud. AP is a fan of no music, so draw your own conclusions, but it's your content.
Music is haram. I would say that.
Nice.
No, I think it's generally a good video to explain the argument and to make the argument. Would agree with that.
Thanks, AP. Thank you.
And a couple small things. So as I was pointing out, that when you like when you tell people about a specific video that you or something specific to do, that gets a significantly higher whatever it is. If you're talking about clicking on the video, it'd be higher click-through rate or something like that. But just anything specific versus sort of general things. So anyway, the point there is, towards the end of the video, when you're saying like, subscribe, share, that becomes kind of redundant, so people don't even pick up on it anymore. Whereas something specific like, even if you were to get specific about one certain thing to do, like, hey, and I just want to take this opportunity, tell everyone to go join me on Twitter or something like that. That would raise it because it's something specific.
Differentiate.
There was something, I forget what it's called. It was called what is it? AP, what's it called when people have too many options and so they do nothing? So, something choice fatigue, decision fatigue, or something. It's called something like that.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I don't remember that.
Paralysis.
Something. Yeah. I think it's paralysis. But they did. I remember reading about the study, and the study was, it's like they ask a questionnaire to college students at the end of the semester, and it's like, hey, you have 2 options. One, we can send you on a free vacation and you can go on that, or 2, you can stay and work on completing your paper and you get a high grade and so on. And you can actually you can check the percentages of people who say they'll do one or the other. But then the more options that they give people, the less inclined they are to pick an option versus just doing nothing. And so we tend to think the more options you have on what to do, well, the more likely someone is going to be to do one of them, because now there's it's like if I say, hey, here's a movie you can see versus here are 10 movies that you can see. You think, oh, well, you gave them a bunch of different options. They're more likely to take one of them. But they found it's actually like reverse. The more options, the more people just do nothing because too many. It's too many things. So anyway, the takeaway
it's called the agony of choice.
Yeah. So the takeaway is people are apparently just way more likely if you say, hey, here's something to do. More likely to do that. So anyway, as far as at the end of the review, it might be good to, hey, here's a specific video you might want to check out or something along those lines. And other than that, I didn't have any real criticisms of the video. So
Cool.
this actually makes sense. So we were looking earlier at the thumbnail and the title, and it made sense that your video is going to do better just based on the thumbnail and title. You have again those click triggers, but yeah, you have good either you learned it or you have good instincts on for YouTube stuff.
Thank you. Yeah, well, I'm really appreciative for all the advice you guys have been given, and yeah. It's been great.
One more thing. Are you familiar with Creator Hooks?
No.
Creator Hooks is a guy, what's his name? Jake? I think it's Jake. Creator Hooks is a guy who's done, like, his entire work has been studying titles and changing titles and what happens if you use it, if you put your title this way. And he does all these A/B tests, like he'll title it one way and then see what the click-through rate is, and then he'll title it the different way and then check the click-through rate. But he also studies YouTube videos, and he's got a system set up to where, okay, if this person gets an average of, let's say, 5,000 views per video, but all of a sudden he got 100,000 views on a video, why? And he'll start looking into that. And usually it's got something to do with title and thumbnail, that people clicked on it way more. So then he starts studying the title as far as what are the common threads of titles and thumbnails that get lots of people to click on them and stuff. Anyway, he puts out it's just a free weekly newsletter, and he gives 5 examples of people who have videos that did way better than their normal videos do. And then he explains why in terms of the title, and he breaks down the features that were relevant to that. So he goes through 5 of those, and then he goes to a video of a person who had a video that did way worse than normal. So if the person normally gets 5,000 views or something like that, why did the person get 200 views on this video or something like that? And it usually has something to do with people not clicking on it because they don't like the title or thumbnail. Anyway, what he does is over time, you start picking up on all of the what he calls click triggers. So that's why we could look at it and say, oh, you have 3. That's a click trigger.
Yeah, that's good.
And you can, so some of those is just like once you make your video, you could be thinking, okay, what's the best way to put the title? But once you're aware of click triggers, you can kind of arrange your video based on what's going to be. So in other words, if you were making a video and you're like, gosh, I got like 8 points now. Well, actually, if I increased it and made it 10 points, then I could have like the top 10 of this and so on. And that would be a click trigger. So you can actually arrange a little bit. Anyway, point was, you should go to Creator Hooks. You can find him on Twitter. You can just go to, it's probably creatorhooks.com. Okay. And just sign up for his, it's creatorhooks.com. You can sign up for his weekly newsletter. Only takes a couple minutes to read. But I can say, like, as you read the newsletter each week, you start picking up on the things, and then you start spotting them in other people's videos. And when you see a video trending and the video is doing really well, then all of a sudden you go, oh, I know why that video is taken off. Because look at that. So yeah, all that stuff is
I'll do that. Helpful. Thank you.
All right, AP, any final any remaining thoughts on Matt's channel here, other than, hey, it's a Christian, I disagree with everything.
I have just been playing a game the whole 2 hours, and
yeah, we know.
I'm playing Red Dead Redemption 2 right now. So it's a lot.
That's
of
what
fun.
he does. That's what atheists do.
Yeah,
it's what they do.
No, I would say he. So you are right on one thing, which is that he actually does have a good perception of what a video looks like, of what a good video looks like, and production looks nice, seems nice. That's what I was going to say. And you have a way of putting the arguments together into a concise, easily digestible form that makes it convenient to understand the content, to watch the video. So in that regard, I would say it's pretty nice. I would just work on the titles and the thumbnails, which is very big of me. I should do that. I should tell myself that.
Yeah. Well, thank you, AP. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I don't have. and you know who's really, I mean, John McCrae's really good at titles and stuff. I was thinking the same thing. I'm looking at the titles and I can't think of exactly like what I would change sometimes I can. I can look at the title and go, oh, if you put it like this. But yeah, I'm looking at your titles and thumbnails, and it's just a situation where if you studied a little bit more and you tweaked them a little bit, made some modifications, then keep in mind you can make these changes even for a video that's been up 9 months or something like that.
That's
you
true.
can change it, and the algorithm will eventually pick up on whether it has a higher click-through rate. And if it does, it will start doing it. So that was pointed out to me years ago, saying, as I was going through someone's YouTube course, and it was pointing out that, you know, if your titles and thumbnails and, you know, description and all of that stuff isn't very good because you didn't know what you were doing back in the day, which I definitely didn't. I just it might still do that, but it would give you 3 options just from your video, like one from the beginning, one from the middle, one from the end. Which one do you want as your thumbnail? Lots of my earlier videos were just me picking one of those 3. And then eventually I would take a random screenshot where I was making some pose or something in the video, and I would add text, but I would just add the title, whatever video title I would put that in on the thumbnail, which makes no sense. You can obviously read the title on your own. I don't need to put it up there again. So anyway, so then I read, you know, I found out it's supposed to be like, they're supposed to be connected, but it's like a 1-2 punch, like something grabs you about the title and then the thumbnail pushes you a little further, or someone sees the thumbnail first and then checks out the title and then wants to click on it. So there are all kinds of things, but yeah, it's a situation where it's worth the time. It's worth spending the time studying titles and thumbnails. So in other words, you would just go to YouTube tutorials from the people who study it and watch their tutorials on thumbnails and take notes on whatever you like and whatever's going to fit with your approach, and just tweaking things. And it turns out there's a world of difference. If you have a video that has a 6% click-through rate, you don't think it's not a situation where going from a 6% click-through rate to an 8% click-through rate, that doesn't increase things by 2%. You might get 100 times as many views from a 2% change in click-through rate, because that might put you over a kind of threshold, and the algorithm recommends it more and so on. So the changes, even though they look small as far as your click-through rate goes from 6% to 8% or something like that, it can be like geometric. It could be like geometrically different as far as the impact and so on. So point there is good stuff to learn and implement as you're making new thumbnails. And at some point, once you're like, oh, I really, really have learned titles really, really well, then you can kind of go back to your old title. And what I would do is, there are only a certain number of like click triggers that keep coming up that tend to make videos do well. Once you're familiar with all of them, then you can kind of look at a video. This is what I do. I'll look at it and I will say, okay, what are the best click triggers for this kind of video? And I list them. And it's like, okay, it's this, 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 and this. These would be the 5 best for this kind of video. And then I say, okay, but you can't have all of those, and you usually can't have all of those in one. So then you just start like tweaking it. Like, okay, what if I write it this way? What if I write it that way? What if I write it this way? What if I write it that way? And okay, I would have this click trigger and this click trigger in there. Or should I make it this and this and this? And you can even change it. You can put a title up and then, okay, it's not, that's the click-through rate there. Let me change it, tweak it a little bit and see how that changes things and so on. So anyway, a lot of it is experimental, but you've got, you have a good foundation. You have good instincts. You seem to have a good grasp of what will work, and so it's mainly learn a little bit more and tweaking it. Think you're gonna do well. You are a bit. It's sad to say, but you're in an environment where being a total condescending jerk can actually help you. Look at AP's channel.
This is John Gentleman. Welcome to the channel.
See that? What are you laughing? Do you know what your mic sounds like right now? Is it a coincidence?
Maybe.
Yeah, awful, horrible. See, and you expect people not to believe in God after we see this.
Look, guys, I'm about hitting my limit here, but
all right.
I've really enjoyed tonight, and AP, I've really enjoyed meeting you and getting to know you, and thanks for the friendly conversation. And No, I really,
Um,
but I do hope that someday you come to know Christ, and I'll be praying for you.
Does it sound better now?
Yeah, sounds perfect now.
Yeah.
It sounds perfect.
Awesome.
All right.
No, thank you. That was very nice. Appreciate meeting you as well. Although I would think you need to get over those terrible arguments. But I would say other than that, look, good work. It's
Yeah.
nice.
Thank you guys
And
for all of your advice.
and I did subscribe to your channel, and
Yes. Yes. Amazing.
Yes, just so we can go over there. This is a dumb argument that because I don't understand it, and if I don't understand it, then it's dumb.
I'll make comments all the time. I'll be in the comment section saying, "Of course, that's what you would say because it's so easy."
Yes.
Yeah, so it is kind of a problem that things have become like infotainment or edutainment, where you kind of have to be entertaining, and that's why it's good that you're incorporating clips and stuff in there. It does suck that the more annoying of a jerk you are, that actually helps you. Because that actually pushes people in that direction, and so it's good that we got some nice guys on there to offset the horrible impact of people like AP. But anyway, yeah, thanks for joining us here for a while, and yeah, everyone who's in the chat right now watching, and everyone who is going to be watching later. If you like that, if you like Matt's style of content and like the information he's presenting, be sure to subscribe and check it. He's only got 8 videos up there, 9 if you count the little channel trailer, but we went through 4 of them, so you can check out his other videos. All right, Matt, you can we know you got to go, so you can take off, and me and AP will probably read a couple of super chats.
He doubled his subscriber count. This is amazing.
Wow.
Imagine you doubled your subscriber count suddenly in one night, David.
Amazing.
Thanks,
guys.
That would be total chance.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm going to head out. So God bless, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Catch you later, man.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. God bless you. Yeah.
Did you just say God bless you? Wow.
You see, David says, "What's wrong with you when you say God bless you?" You see,
how you doing?
The truth comes out.
All right, we don't want to go too much longer. We'll probably go rapid fire through a few super chats, but we probably won't go through all this because I realize there is a ton of super chats we haven't gotten to. Why? Because AP kept interrupting. We'd have gotten through all the super chats if AP hadn't been interrupting the entire time.
Where would the world be if atheists didn't ask questions?
Hey, here's an AP fan who claims to be an astrophysicist, but if he's an AP fan, can we take anything he says seriously? Let's see. I'm an astrophysicist. There are many things in the universe can't ever experience firsthand. It does not make me believe in deities to the slightest, just strengthening my need to investigate it all.
Yeah.
I think this is about the Rosie's room thing. But yeah, that's
Before I watched this, I was an atheist. After watching this, I'm still an atheist.
This has increased my iman and atheism. Hey, they've been doing that for years. That's famous. But I've seen, I don't know if you've seen it yet. I've seen it starting to pick up of people watching a video and say, wow, I didn't know anything about Islam. This convinced me to convert to Islam. But it's like, you can go to the person's channel and this person's been like Zakir Naik fan for years and stuff.
I
but
know.
Now it's picking up this. I converted because of this.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I recently exposed this whole thing. There was a debate between the whole debate between IP and Daniel Kikuchu. There were like some comments that were like, "Wow, I didn't know this. I didn't even know who Daniel Kikuchu is. But after this, wow, I think I'm becoming a Muslim and stuff like that." And you check out the profile, and they're like following all the Dawa guys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, pretty standard. It's just so weird. It's like, you see that over and over again. They don't care how easy it is to expose the lie, and none of them seems to have any problem with it, right? If I were going around doing that as a Christian, or you were around doing that as an atheist, other people would object. I mean, other atheists would object to you doing that. Other Christians would object to me doing it. In there, it's just completely understood. Yes, it's fine to lie for Allah. It's weird.
What is so insane to me is that these people don't seem to have any problem at all with just lying and spreading their religion through lies by thinking, oh, hey, if I make a comment here where I lie about myself and pretend that I just became a Muslim, then maybe this might convince some others that Islam is true. What in the what is this, man?
Yeah, I made fun of Dawa like yesterday for that. It's hey, we're going to lie to you about Allah, lie to you about Muhammad, lie to you about the Quran, all to show you that Islam is the truth.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, what? Like, who thinks like that? I have to lie to convince you that this is the truth. I mean, if you have to lie to show that it's the truth, I don't know how you don't see the problem there. Like, the truth doesn't need you to lie for it. This is weird stuff. But yes, AP fan here. Yeah, it's not the claim that there are experiences that you haven't had or something like this. This should make you believe in God. It's the question is, can everything be reduced to a purely physical description, or is there something that's left outside of that?
Yes.
That's the issue.
Stop talking trash about AP fan. He's right.
Ooh, Solitary Emmy says, AP's wife. AP, do you love me? AP, sorry, I don't know if I have the neurons or chemicals today. Maybe when the chemicals are stimulated, I will love you. Is that how it goes for an atheist?
It's like when you open a textbook which introduces logical fallacies, and then you land on the straw man argument. It's like, straw man argument. Here is one example. Solitary Emmy says, AP wife, AP, do you love me? AP, sorry, I don't know if I have the neurons or chemicals today. Maybe when the chemicals are stimulated, I will love you. Here, Solitary Emmy made a straw man argument when AP argued that emotions can be explained through physics and neuroscience. Thank you.
Been humiliated, Solitary Emmy. Yeah, so notice you'd still say I love you, even if you think that it's all physical. You'd still say, of course I love you.
Yeah.
Ayatollah here says, Ayatollah says, waiting for Matt to pull off a rubber mask and it's the Muslim cowboy underneath. That would be funny. Or something like that. If we're sitting here and there's a Christian and he's talking and he goes, all of a sudden, ha! It's me, and it's like the Muslim cowboy.
Yeah. Whenever someone says Matt, I just think of the one Matt that everyone knows, who is a complete jerk.
Who's that?
You don't know.
Tell
Matt
us.
Dillahunty.
Ooh, I wanted you to say it because I don't want to say it, but you said he's a complete jerk.
So you did know who I was talking about.
AP declares Dawkins is wrong, and Dawkins is wrong about the universe, and Matt Dillahunty's a total jerk. Wow.
No, I think Matt Dillahunty's a total jerk, but I also love Matt Dillahunty.
Yeah, that's what's funny. I mean, I don't always, I can always say like this guy's a total jerk or this politician's a narcissist, but it doesn't always mean that you think that's bad in that context, right?
Yeah, like we often joke about being a jerk, but the guy is genuinely a jerk. But I also love the guy because
he's an atheist and he's humiliating the Christians.
How he's personally affectionate and all that. It's interesting combination.
AP wears sandals to avoid Greg Kokel. No stones for AP, saying you wear sandals to avoid all the stones being put in your shoe.
I always walk around barefoot.
Dude on the left is spreading corruption on the land. That's you. That's why you're under a death. That's why you're under a death sentence for spreading corruption.
That's what they do.
Hey guys, I don't know if someone mentioned this, but I think the best person to talk about production is Mike Myers.
The killer?
Muslim joke from IP. His videos are really good, and he has big music too. You mean Mike Myers?
You mean from the Michael Myers from the Halloween movies?
Mike Myers from IP.
Oh.
Who's Mike Myers from IP? Yeah, Mike from Inspiring Philosophy is Mike Jones.
That's why it says Muslim joke, haha, because they're saying that some Muslim is making that joke about IP.
Oh, what? Michael Myers? They're calling him Mike Myers?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay. I don't know. That might be the case. How'd that debate go, by the way? Did you watch the debate?
I did watch it. I must say, so I watched most of it. I kind of had to leave at the end of the Q&A section. But I have to say, the guy was a very, very respectful, very nice guy. And I
That's
guess
weird.
that's the whole thing. Like with Ahmadis, they tend to be significantly more respectful and also significantly more well-read than Muslims. I'm deliberately saying Muslims because I kind of agree with the whole Muslim idea that Ahmadis are not really Muslims.
Pretty rude, pretty rude. It's rude. I've been defending these guys for years, saying that Ahmadis meet the requirements of true Muslims, and now they're starting to go after me. David, we're going to humiliate David Wood in our responses. You know why? They're all picking up on this. So you have the Salafi type, the Salafi-ish Dawa guys, and we're strong, we're humiliating everyone. But then you have these other guys who are realizing, well, that's just what's popular, that's just what works, and so other people have to adapt or be forever insignificant. And so you've got Ahmadis who are acting like that now. You've got Shias who are acting like that now. Ismaili Shias who are normally want to show that they're the philosophical ones and so on, but they're starting to act like that now. So it's interesting.
The thing is, you could argue that that Ahmadis are to Muslims what Mormons are to Christians, and the average Christian wouldn't accept that Mormons are Christians, and the average Muslim wouldn't accept that Ahmadis are Muslims.
That's the reason that's bad is if you look at why a Mormon wouldn't be considered a Christian, it's because you have here's the core doctrines, and they don't agree with any of the core doctrines. They don't agree with any of them, and so it doesn't work. Whereas Ahmadis, they believe in all 5 pillars of Islam. They believe in the 6 articles of faith. They have a different view of end time. So Muslims will complain, but they believe in someone who came after Muhammad. But I mean, most Muslims believe in someone who's coming after Muhammad. They believe that they believe in the second coming of Jesus. So Ahmadis just have a weird end times belief that they believe that already they believe the second coming of Jesus already happened, and that it's this guy Mirza Ghulam Ahmad. But they're also bound by the interpretations of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad and their own version of the caliphs and so on. And so teachings of Islam then get interpreted through the lens of these other later guys and so on. If you don't believe in those later guys, you can end up with their disagreeing with their interpretations. But you're right that the way an Orthodox Muslim would view an Ahmadi is very similar to the way a Christian would view a Mormon. But if you look, the differences are not. You have a different level of differences.
The issue is also with their whole idea that that a prophet came. Although they would explain it differently because it's like like at the second coming of Jesus. But to Muslims, that just that is completely irrelevant. It just looks like, okay, you are accepting a prophet after Prophet Muhammad, which is just completely contrary to everything we have believed in forever, and they reject that. But on the other hand, Ahmadis agree much more with the actual like Hadith traditions with Sunni Muslims than Shias do, for example. Like the Shia Muslims don't agree with the Hadith books, whereas the Ahmadis pretty much do. They just have different interpretations of them.
Yeah, the Ahmadis I knew, so Nabil and his family and his cousins and so on, they considered themselves Sunni Muslims. So they would say, we're Sunni Muslims. We believe in Sahih al-Bukhari and Sahih Muslim and so on. And but yeah, things get filtered for them.
Yeah, but the debate was very nice. The guy was very respectful, well read. He just didn't make great arguments, but he was a good debater, and I would say I think he was a good challenge for you know what. That's very difficult of me to say. I would say I don't think he was a good challenge for IP. To find somebody who's actually a good challenge for IP is very, very difficult. But the guy was a good debater. That I can say that he was a better debater than I am, and he was a better debater than Daniel Kikit Jews, which is why I made that super chat.
Yeah, and I'm actually interested in, because early on when I was interacting with Muslims, it was pretty frequently Ahmadis because of Nabil, and so. But since then, I haven't interacted with them much. But I have to say, I am interested in these sort of alternatives to Sunni Islam or to the Salafi type Sunni Islam. So Shias, Ismaili Shias, Quran only Muslims, Ahmadis. guys, if you're watching, if you're an Ahmadi, if you have some other position that you'd like to lay out your case for why you think a Muslim majority is wrong and your position is correct, happy to discuss it. We tend to be pretty nice when we're having friendly discussions.
Speak for yourself.
Yeah. AP will be mean, but I'll defend you. You could understand everything about the physics. Having a heart attack doesn't mean you won't feel anything once you have one. The dawn of science. Oh, the dawn of the scientific revolution influenced by Psalm 111:2. Yeah, I think that's on. Where is it? Cambridge? It's at Cambridge or Oxford, but it's at the laboratory, the big laboratory there. They actually have the verse on over the
dawn
over the door. Here we have one of AP's fans. TikTok, Kiss, Black Rock. If she's 9, take out your. Yep, that's one of AP's fans, and you've got a picture of Matt Mittelberg's shoe there. So this is getting multiple levels of creepy.
Now I'm understanding what it says. I didn't get it from your reading, but yeah.
What is this? AP has the reverse Hitlers. What's that mean?
That's because we were talking about how I adopted.
Yeah. So you switched it. Yeah, you switched.
Yeah.
I just got into the stream. Wanted to know if you saw IP's debate. You guys are great. So you just heard it. AP has watched it, except for when he had to cut out later. I'll probably watch it tonight. It was really. It seemed really long, like what, 4 or 5 hours. I'm assuming a bunch of that is Q&A. I probably won't watch the Q&A. I'll probably watch the debate proper.
I forgot it and tuned in later and put it on 1.5 speed and then watched the whole thing and somehow caught the Q&A section in real time. That's how I did it.
Oh, as far as the Mike Myers things, David Kazashi said, it was a joke from a previous stream, David. A Muslim called Mike Jones Mike Myers and thought it was a good joke. And music is background music. Background music. Okay.
They actually made that joke.
Why are they calling him Mike Myers? Mike Myers, the actor, or Michael Myers, the serial killer from Halloween? Do you know what it was?
I don't know, but these people at their jokes that don't even make any sense. It's like when you come from a culture where there is no proper understanding of humor and of sarcasm.
Mike Myers,
and they make these jokes that don't even make any. Like a joke is funny when there's something true about it, right? Or when it's close to, when it points something. If it's a completely unrelated joke that doesn't even make any sense, it's not funny. But these guys keep doing that. It's just dumb.
Yeah, it's like when they're like, David Deadwood, David Broken Wood, taking David to the wood shed.
Rotten wood. That's what
rotten wood. Yeah, there you go.
I was calling a rotten wood.
And they're like, funny. Oh, look at our sick burns. Yeah, like this is just pathetic. Ayatollah here says David's lying about the Muhammad Seaman story. That's basically his stairway to heaven. Sad. It's funny that people are ending with sad, like Trump's tweets and stuff.
Sad.
Bo Rudder said a friend mentioned an Iranian church in San Jose today. Thought I heard him wrong. Thought he must mean mosque. Praise the Lord. That's awesome. So he mentioned an Iranian church. I think I saw that they're about to have an evangelical church in Saudi Arabia or something like that. Our good friend MBS. Hey, Matt, be careful. The Muslim cowboy might mistake you for the angel Gabriel. Uh-oh. These are comments on him being good looking because they're comparing him to Angel Gabriel being very good looking and Diha Al-Kalbi being very good looking. Arnold and JCVD rolled into one sounds kind of, Jean-Claude Van Damme, sounds kind of like less than hetero. Love you guys. No homo. I wouldn't be mean in my super chats if I thought you were thin-skinned like some religions. That's all good. Yes.
How dare you make
jokes? AP is the only thin-skinned one here.
How dare you make jokes in your
That's why he rage quits all the time.
How dare you?
Vinny says, here's some Canadian shekels for maple syrup, eh? That's good. We need the Canadian shekels and all the maple syrup we can get. AP finds cringe in Spider-Man scene realizes there is objective cringe, therefore there is objective truth and beauty, therefore God exists. Time to convert.
That's what I was gonna say. That's what I was going with that.
You are correct. You are correct, Chloe.
It was very cringe. Yeah.
Who is a better troll of Christianity, the Satanic Temple in Iowa or AP trolling, taking shots at Matt? Thank Christ the iron rod of D Wood corrects AP.
I am.
You heard it here, folks. Mother Queen says Nike used Matthew 12:39 to crush. Oh, SDA's pastor. So is that again? Are we talking about Seventh-day Adventists here? I am an ex-Seventh-day Adventist, almost Muslim, saved by Mike Winger, D Wood, and AP. D Wood and Matt, what do you think about SDA? AP, what do you think about Muslims in? What is that flag?
Indonesia, I think.
Is it?
Yeah.
That's kind of too long of a question for us to be doing rapid fire. As far as crushing an SDA pastor, I mean, I'd be surprised. Did he actually have a debate, or was this just Q&A? Because as far as I could tell, he did like 2 or 3 debates like 20 some years ago, and then was never do it again because he didn't want to face any actual debaters. It is interesting if he debated a Seventh-day Adventist pastor, because it would be another example of him refusing to debate any like known debater in the world. He only wants to go for people no one's ever heard of. So because his followers don't know. His followers don't know the difference between, you know, an actual debater and some random pastor. But it would be kind of
look. Dr. Zuckerberg debated the most famous Christian in the world, and he won. That's what they'll say.
Yeah, they'll say that. Yeah, it's weird. Let's see. You need to talk about the Gnostic temptation. No, I don't. The reason I say this is that woke and CN types are Gnostic, along with more traditional Gnostic cults.
That sounds pretty Gnostic.
Yeah, then I would have to study all that stuff. See,
that sounds pretty Gnostic.
Basically, bulldozer, there's a bunch of people in the world, so different people can focus on different things. We've kind of got the issues that we focus on, and Gnostic temptation, probably not something it would be on my radar for a while.
The Gnostic temptation.
Get rid of God equals objectivity. Now we are putting on a pedestal subjectivity. Listen close, atheist, St. Augustine. All truth is God's truth in your face.
That's quite convenient.
Mm-hmm. Solitaire Emmy says, there is no truth. Is that true? If there is no truth, the claim there is no truth can't be true, but it claims to be true. Yeah. I mentioned Frank Turek. He deals with that.
All those terrible people who say there is no truth. You just stop it.
Yeah. Atheist. SBC, the road to hell is paved in good intentions. What a nerd. He will say books are cool next.
The road needs to stop.
Is that a reference to Matt? Matt getting his books?
I hope so.
I don't know if Christianity alone can stop woke, because along with education, woke ideology made quite a bit of headway in the church.
There is a funny observation that some people make, and I see where they're coming from, which is that the very woke trend and woke ideology is what comes forth from a Christian or post-Christian environment based on Christian values, Christian thinking. It's like wokeism is basically Christian thinking without Christianity.
Yeah, we've mentioned this before. G.K. Chesterton said that the world is basically the result of Christian values gone mad, and he says it's a result of taking what connected them all together, namely a Christian framework, taking them away, and then people make idols out of individual virtues and so on, and run wild with them. And so, you know, your justice is no longer tempered by mercy, and your mercy is no longer tempered by justice. Whatever value you cling to, you just roll with it and treat it as an idol, and then everything it doesn't work Things just don't work.
But it's so funny, isn't it? It's very ironic. And there's even that's the issue. Like, you could hate people who push a certain ideology in society, but then these people are actually they think that they are doing the right thing, just the way you think that you're doing the right thing, because they take their values from the very same thing that you believe in, and they try to be virtuous according to your moral frame within your understanding of morality, but without your framework of what is and is not moral. So what they are just trying to be actually good. It's coming from a good place, like being compassionate, being caring, and all that.
You heard
but
it here,
just
folks.
goes into all kinds of weird directions.
AP says we should all be woke.
Yeah.
Mike from
Be
Inspiring
woke Christians. Yeah.
Mike from Inspiring Philosophy just texted me and said he's going live at 2 p.m. tomorrow to review the debate.
He said that to me too.
Yeah. Did he say you're welcome to join?
Yes.
Then we're both welcome to join at 2 tomorrow.
That's based.
To discuss the debates. That's pretty
based.
cool. All right, burn through some of these. We'll go rapid fire. We'll stop anyone you want to respond to. We will click on it. Danielle Tiktakachu, pleasure machine equals Matt. What is this? SWVR. I never know abbreviations. I just don't know. AP, I knock on doors all the time. I won't buy your God. Man, can I stop thinking about that finger? What's wrong? What's wrong? What are you laughing at? Don't encourage that.
Somebody actually take the screenshot.
AP, stop crying, you baby. That was a good point.
That's
Brian's Muti. Hey, did you call your mom Mutti in Germany?
No, but that's funny because I read it and it immediately looks like, yeah, Mutti, mommy. But that's not what I called it because I didn't speak German to my mom.
You didn't? Oh,
No.
That's interesting. So you spoke Turkish.
Yeah.
Sehr interessant. Sehr interessant. I agree with AP and additionally try to stay away from cliche examples and use Bible verses to back up your stance. Christianity is not simply emotional. Yeah, AP.
Alhamdulillah.
Although Christianity is good, knowing about the goals and praxis of Gnostic is just as important. They marry truth with lies, and their words mean two things. Bulldozer here seems to.
It might sound a little bit offensive to people when I or some other people like reduce these personal experiences. The thing is, I always thought that way. When I was religious myself, I kind of thought, yeah, okay.
You were never religious. Not really.
It's difficult to convince
disbelieve.
People with
it's better for
stuff.
You. Can historians be wrong, AP? Yes, we read Proverbs a while ago. Bulldozer. My truth is postmodernist and a Gnostic phrase. Yeah, it is weird how, like, I'm trying to think of, like, historically, which past groups were relativists. I can't think of a group before the modern period, except for the Sophists. So these are sort of the nemesis of like Socrates and Plato, and so the Sophists, and they were relativists, which actually made sense because they're arguers for hire. They're professional debaters who are trained to be able to defend any position, even if it's ridiculous, and to just be able to defend the opposite position. And so it made sense for them to be relativists because if there is no truth, then it's just whatever you can make the best case for. In which case, you need a rhetorician, not some philosopher or something.
Weren't they just doing business? Like, wasn't their whole thing just around teaching people how to argue whatever without any regard for what is actually true or not? And it was all just a kind of a business arrangement.
Yeah, it was. And you had to be able, so you could actually hire one of these guys. So you wanted a new street paved in front of you. You went and hire a sophist to go make your case, and he would present it. Here are 17 reasons why this must happen.
That's funny.
Doesn't Mary's Room suggest both views of truth are correct? No, you'd have to explain how. AP, I dubbed the artificial prophet. You're smart. You're an artificial. 2 Timothy 3:7.
Thank you.
Don't lie to me.
Okay, yes.
Giovanni, the guy who's
Why is Giovanni still here? Why aren't we supposed to ban that guy?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. He's the guy we almost always ban, but every once in a while he'll say something relevant. AP, logic of the apostles. Yeah, we got skinned, tortured, and crucified over our biases. That is AP's logic.
I know that is the argument that even David here is going to make, but and I also know that the counter argument to that people like Bart Ehrman make. But I just want to look into that discussion and say, you know what, guys, you can just continue arguing amongst each other.
You are not supposed to say God's name because it is sacred. Is that why Allah doesn't know what it is? Because it's sacred? Too sacred for Allah? Modalicious says, your AP impression sounds like an impression of Robin Williams doing an impression of Ringo Starr. That's funny because I don't remember what my impression of AP was like. I'll have to go back and check it out. Not even Satan is an atheist, AP. Think about that. You see, you're worse than Satan. Why are you raising an eyebrow? Made you think, didn't it?
No. Well, that's not a good argument.
It's a power. It was the perfect argument.
Because we are under very different conditions. If I was Satan, of course I wouldn't be an atheist either. It wouldn't make any sense to be an atheist. How do you even become an atheist as Satan? But yeah.
Yeah. Katniss says, I can understand how. So this is a follow up to Katniss's earlier comment saying she went somewhere and then a person was praying for her and then mentioned her and her brother's nicknames and had never met her. But she said, I can understand how people think it's like a fortune teller who plays manipulation games, asking you if you know a John, etc. But it wasn't like that. So it wasn't and I'm sensing starts with a no? What about a John. Yeah, John. Yeah,
it was
exactly it's not like that. You don't know.
What are we talking about? Oh, I see.
No. You don't even know.
I didn't even. I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Except the difference with your experiences, AP, is that yours came from a jinn. I don't know what that's in reference to. Your experiences earlier.
Oh yeah.
Joshua here says, ignorant people hate Israel who don't know Israel.
Alhamdulillah.
Jesse says, blind atheist finds elephant tail, calls it a rope, soon hears thunder and warm rain, concludes argument stinks, and chastises Christians for standing in rain.
That makes perfect sense.
That's pretty much how it is. Katniss says, I'm not saying I know the truth. I think we should be looking for more answers. There could be more reality. I try to be skeptical. Yeah, and that's the opposite of atheists who think, we don't believe in anything and we don't believe in looking for any answers because we're skeptics.
I know that there is no God because I'm smart. You think you're more intelligent than I am?
Dawkins
and why can't I see it? Why can't I see God? I'm looking up there right now. Why is there nothing up there?
Joshua says, do you agree, AP? Plenty of proof Islam is bad. People don't see what we perceive as obvious. And AP listening to Allah is listening to Satan.
No.
No?
No. I would say, I agree that Islam is bad for certain things, like a functioning society.
Hey, Joshua says, best proof. Yeah, and keep in mind, so I think it was Wittgenstein who made this example as far as standards, good and bad and so on. He said, if you were like going on a tennis court, and you saw someone playing horribly, they're just like smacking the ball up in the air and rackets flying out of their hands and so on. And you would say, hey, you're playing tennis really, really badly. And if that person then said, well, I don't really care. I mean, the doctor said I need to get fresh air, so I don't really care about playing tennis. I don't care if I'm playing badly. I'm just out here for the fresh air and the sunshine, which is, is going to help me out. You'd say, oh, okay, that's fine then. You wouldn't say, you have to try to play tennis well. It wouldn't matter. That's not the person's goal. But he said, if you saw someone behaving terribly, not just playing tennis terribly, but behaving terribly, and you said, hey, you're behaving terribly, and the person said, well, I don't care. You'd say, well, you should care. There's something you should care about that. So he drew attention to saying something is good because of some sort of situation, or it's good for a particular, for some particular goal, versus just like good or bad as far as like ethical, what he pointed out. But best proof for limbo, AP, out of Islam, not in Christ. Yeah. So the claim is you're in limbo.
I like that word.
I'm really good in limbo. I won a limbo contest when I was a kid. Limbo like this boy. Limbo to limbo like me. I remember that.
Limbo, Lambo. I would rather be in limbo than be the Lambo.
Notice, AP. Notice. This guy's criticizing me saying notice again. That's a bannable offense. I might.
Notice.
If I were like 2% more enraged right now.
Don't ban Sahih Musker's beast.
I used your guys' YouTuber tips to make a new vid, just another Christian YouTuber. Be sure to leave me any feedback, you guys. God bless.
Not perfect videos.
How would the Christian answer what the point of the Mosaic laws were in light of the New Testament? Thanks from a fellow Christian. That again that's another question that would be a very long question to answer when we're kind of going kind of rapid fire. Might be good for a full live stream at some point, because that's an important topic. But yeah, it's if you wanted the sort of general perspective, it's like I have a 5-year-old. I have all kinds of rules for that 5-year-old that I don't have for my older kids anymore, because
that's what I always say when I can't answer the question.
That's what you don't say. Well, then you must say that all day, every day, because you can never answer a question.
That's what I do.
D. Wood, I was your fan first, and then you converted to an AP fan. That's pretty disrespectful. Yes. Question 2, Matt. Sorry you did not know New Nerd's name. Oh, that's when he was saying he couldn't remember the name. Yeah, some nerd. Seeking Dawkins, Finding William Lane Craig. That would be a funny title of a book. Sarah says, I was a Christian. After watching these vids, I'm still a Christian, trying to focus through the background music. Strengthen my faith, you see? That would be a appropriate response. The loud background music made me an even stronger Christian, and that refutes everything. That's the Muslim thinking. AP likes Matt because he looks like young Marco Reus. Who's that? You know who that is? Marco
Yes.
Reus? You're thinking about whether there's an actual resemblance?
No, I'm thinking about who Marco Reus is.
Oh, I thought you said you knew. Joshua says, vote nails on a chalkboard, Germanic plus Turkish voices, or feminist plus radical liberalism and incoherent views. Which is worse? AP, Wood, Matt.
Nails on a chalkboard, Germanic, what? Plus Turkish voices, or feminist plus radical liberalism and incoherent views. Which is worse? This is... I don't know. Nobody can know.
So, terrible voices or incoherent views? As much as I hate to say it, I think horrible voices are better than terrible views.
I must say, I would rather hear a bunch of terrible views than be exposed to terrible voices and unbearable sounds. Because I could just zone them. I could just block them out of my head.
D. Wood and Matt, awesome book library, AP, puny stack of books, draw your own conclusions. Yeah. Another good point. Yeah. What is wrong with a creation needs creator, a building needs a builder, if something is engineered needs an engineer? Seems very coherent, Occam's razor. Yeah, whereas AP's like, this is why atheism actually destroys reasoning. It's like every bit of reasoning would tell you, this is what you should conclude. And the atheist says, no, don't conclude anything that you should conclude based on observation. Conclude the opposite.
That's so funny, because in the case of a building, It's even in the name, right? It's even in the name.
Yeah, just like creation,
you know that.
just like the word create is in creation, and hence creator. Come on.
Oh, I
gotta
know
think
that
about this stuff.
buildings are
Gotta
built
think
by
about this stuff.
people. So therefore, if buildings are built by people, then everything else must also be built by. Okay, great. Thank you. Very, very nice observation. We know that buildings are built by people because it's called a building for a reason.
Yeah.
You
Look,
build it.
just like creation is called creation for a reason. You see how it just flipped right there? This is what these atheists do.
Do you actually prove that the universe was created or was built? No,
it's in
that's
the
entire
word.
point of the argument.
It's in the word. You could call
the
it.
entire point of the
you
argument.
could call a building a slub glob. You didn't fix the problem by changing the name.
No, you call it a building specifically because you built it.
You still trying to ignore this comment from Drew?
Creation.
Drew says Psalm 22, Isaiah 53, and Zechariah 12 shows us a Savior, Messiah, the Lord Almighty in the flesh. Zechariah 12 is one that stands out as Jesus returning. Who's the one they're mourning for? Mm-hmm. Yeah, they will look upon me, says God, whom they have pierced. Solitary Emmy. What is more reasonable? Nothing created this universe, or somebody powerful beyond our imagining created this? Nothing is what rocks dream about, and yet it's what atheists cling to.
No, who said nothing created this universe?
You did. I've seen that in tons of memes. Atheist logic. Nothing created everything. And then nothing created everything and then produced you and wants you to believe in nothing.
David Wood destroys Christian
Atheism.
memers.
No, there's a point to those memes, though. There's a point to those memes. Giovanni says, AP, listen to John Lennox, a prominent Christian mathematician. He will literally tell you how accurate the math is and how precise it is. And that guy's a mathematician. And AP's like, well, no, prove to me that mathematics is true. Hosta says, our form of life is suited to these constants. A different form of life could have been suited to different constants. Yeah, that's the issue, Hosta, because the claim is that if you don't even have like planets forming and stuff like that, what are you talking about life? It becomes completely like hypothetical. Like, I believe that there could be some life without, physical stars and planets and so on. And then it becomes a question of please describe what this life could be like in that type of universe and see if it's actually a coherent position. And then Hosta here says, and how do you know there's only one universe? Yes, you can't rule that out because you can't. It's not a situation where you can test or detect it. So you can say, hey, I believe there's a million universes or an infinite array of universes. But you can say, but there's this issue of matter of fact, I believe in the super chats down here, someone pointed this out. That then the question arises about like fine tuning of that. If you have something that's spitting out universes, that's creating all these universes, then this universe generating whatever it is would also need to be finely tuned.
Hey, look at it. Next Zuckernick made a very good point here. Very valid point. Here he says,
I don't believe that. Wait.
Says,
the same next Zuckernick who completely humiliated the Muslim cowboy and got banned.
Yes.
That one. Wow.
Yes. So exactly. The very respected the next Zuckernick. He said, AP calls me a legend atheist. David Wood calls me 12-year-old nerd Christian. Draw your own conclusions.
Wow. You're getting on the wrong side of things. He's about to convert to atheism. AP, as a Christian fan of yours, as your second to Douglas Murray, for me, please read the book of Ecclesiastes, only 12 chapters. If you see, you've already said you liked Ecclesiastes.
Are you a joke? Not are you? Is this a joke? Because I said before many times that Ecclesiastes is the
favorite book
in the Bible that I loved and read many times, and I would still read it again because I think it's an amazing book to read. I love it,
and that's funny to me, by the way, because I don't think I mentioned this when you talked about it, but when I became a Christian, that was my favorite book. It's not anymore, but there's something that like resonates with people who view the world in a certain way. Like right after I became a Christian, I was like, oh, this is so great. This description. And
lost your way.
I remember I read some of it in, I think it was an Orwell essay, Politics in the English Language. And he was explaining how politics, they deliberately make their language confusing so you can't hold them down to anything because you can't figure out what they're saying. And he compared it with the opening of Ecclesiastes. And it's just like, look how clear this is, the way it's being stated.
I love how it even starts.
Yeah, he translates it. He says, "Here's how a politician would say the same thing." It was like this complete gibberish. Yeah. So yes, AP is familiar with that. Sir Whitemeat, my Muslim friend was praying for a girlfriend while at the petting zoo, and a goat walked up to him. Explain that, atheist. You can't. Atheism 0, prayer 1. Sir Whitemeat is pretty funny.
That's pretty good.
Atheist Christian debate, intelligent discussion about the universe. Atheist Christian Islam debate, is child marriage okay? Says everything doesn't.
That's what I'm saying. I love the fact that this is what we're discussing when it comes to Islam. Yeah. I love that this is what the discussion revolves around.
Isn't it funny? We can sit here. I mean, to be fair, a Muslim can also, argue about the origin of the universe or something. We're sitting here and it's hey, what about this? What about the fine tuning of the cosmos? What about, right and wrong? What about these things? And Daniel Hakikature, the Muslim cowboy, whoa, what about 5-year-olds? Can we bang them? We say yes. What's wrong with you? We can bang them all we want. What is this? How do you know it is a possibility that the constants could have been other ways? Because you have different, you would have to say it's physical necessity that any universe that comes into existence would have to have these exact numbers in there, and so that burden of proof would be on you if you're saying it absolutely has to be that way. It could not be any other way. That's a weird thing to say. Mishir says, if the trajectory continues, scientific miracles of Krauss may convince AP. If the trajectory continues. If this is so compelling, then why aren't the physicists theists? Well, lots of physicists are theists. So in your face.
Most are not.
Corrupter of the land, that's AP. David, let's get Luke, who wrote the book on the topic, then we'll discuss. Christian, AP, no, I'll only discuss this with no scientist. Atheist.
Well, a scientist should discuss it with a scientist, right?
That's why I said we could get a scientist, and I'm sure Luke knows, because he wrote a book with someone who didn't accept the argument and so on. So yeah, Luke, if you want to discuss that stuff, let us know. Joshua said, AP, what is the longest word in existence? Hint, in Psalm 139:14, it's DNA. Around 3 billion letters that make our DNA and RNA design is a great point. So the claim there is your DNA is the longest word because it's letters.
You're probably familiar with the general objection to the whole DNA argument.
I'd be happy to obliterate that because people can tell I don't know anything about physics anymore. I took AP physics in high school, but I did study biology in college. So I will destroy you. I mean, humiliate you. Yeah. DNA is written in a language. The process of putting that into an amino acid sequence is called translation. It's called translation because it's being translated from one language that the set of instructions is in into a different language, which is the language of the proteins. They call it translation for a reason. It's one language to another. AP looks at that and goes, no, language is just chance.
No. I wouldn't want to misrepresent any of the positions and the explanations to it, but the whole idea.
You'd like to a little bit though, right?
Yeah. But the whole idea of it is that it is not language in the sense that you would understand language in the common sense. It is language in the sense that you could identify a pattern and then translate it to a language that humans can understand. But it's not like It's not like you go into nature and you see that there's a bunch of letters or words or coherent sentences put together. It's just basically a very large and complex and very interesting and extremely impressive arrangement of information.
You just called it information. It doesn't get the point. Information. He called it that. So what do you have in the universe? You've got matter, you've got energy, and you've got information.
Yeah, but information is, if you look at something, if you look at a tree, right, and you analyze how every single tree develops, I know now if I say this, you will also conclude from that this also shows that there might be some design, whatever. Just continue.
I will conclude that I'm much pressure. Let's see. Sandman says the range is, so this is back when we were talking about probabilities, 1 of 6 plus 16th and 10. I don't know what does that mean 10 to the 16th? No. Sarah says goats are perfectly designed in proportion for Muslim males to find them attractive, and yet AP still denies that there is a creator. That's the argument that like Hakikachu would give, or the Muslim cowboy. You see, it's perfect. How could this be a coincidence? Secret Christian.
I have been thinking about this, though. I don't know. I still have my doubts, but I have been thinking about this goat argument. Yeah.
It's very powerful. Secret Christian AP says, "Man, listen to me yap."
Yeah,
that's a good comment. Hosta says there are 50 million sperm in ejaculation. I was born, so therefore God. 1 in 50 million, impossible. Not how the argument goes. We already talked about this with the probability. If you have enough chances at something, makes
no.
Sense.
David says you have to be present as a sperm every single time, and every single time it must be you who is born.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly what I said. Hera says God designed an earth covered 70% water and only about 40% habitable land for his favorite creation. Great design. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Joshua says, admit AP, Christians appeal to the supernatural as atheists appeal to skepticism, as Aaron Ra it's Arun Ra is smart with God. You guys turn into flat earthers with proof. I think it's saying you guys basically turn into flat earthers.
Proof?
Prove to me.
Proof?
Prove to me that the world is round, and you guys become you start being skeptical.
No, that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad.
No,
also, I wouldn't. I wouldn't say that.
You guys are basically like flat earthers. You just say, "Okay, we're going to adopt this ridiculous position now. Prove to us that it's wrong." Oh, we'll reject all evidence that we're wrong.
No, I would disagree with the whole with calling it basically, because it's literally like flat earther. It's not basically.
No, you're a flat earther, and I'm.
No, I'm literally a flat earther. I'm not basically flat.
Oh, good. Okay.
But it's. I haven't heard a single actual person who makes an argument for God say that they have proof, only that they have evidence.
I have proof.
I have proof for.
Hosta here says, God chose me out of the 50 million. So he's talking about his sperm there. Don't know why everyone is so obsessed with semen. But yes, be happy with that, Hosta. The sperm that made you beat all the other sperm. So God made you to be a winner.
And you have been a winner ever since.
Based Pollock says, if there is a multiverse, then you still get back to the question of a creator, because you need to explain how the multiverses come into existence, or the multiverse generation machine, a.k.a. God. AP getting lost in the sauce a bit.
That's not the point of the multiverse analogy. So very ironic of you to make that comment here. Want to get spicy?
Well, the point of appealing to the multiverse is to explain features of make them more probable, if you have more cracks at it. Now, the objection is, well, why don't you say that God? Why would you settle for God as an explanation and not for a multiverse? And so you'd have to explain why the properties of the multiverse also require some fine tuning or something like that. And I'm not exactly sure what kind of arguments those would be. Because you don't even have access to them to be really describing them in terms of, to see what would have to be explained. So anyway, but I'm sure there are people who know way more about it. Finally, Goat Hub, AP, what are I said finally go to AP. What are the chances of landing in a universe? AP, what are the chances of landing in a universe where you can get 50% on the best site on the web? Atheism debunked. Use code against the odds. Boy, people know how to entertain AP.
This is perfect marketing here, man. This is
Nice.
amazing.
Joshua says, don't know where all of you are located. I feel the tension in Illinois. Break the ice. Freestyle voice impressions. The new guy. Can you do impressions? Oh, he's already gone. So this was from earlier. Yeah, I don't know if Matthew can do impressions. AP crushes. He crushes the Jordan Peterson. I've got the Ali Dawa. Brian's Mooti. And again, Dr. Gerald Schroeder, MIT physicist, Jewish theologian, and the science of God's Genesis. Yeah, that was suggested in a previous live stream, and someone sent me a description of what it is: the science of God's and Genesis, the Big Bang, and how the Bible matches the timeline. Red Olympus said, "AP, you're killing me. I'm wondering if you are even able to change the constants in the first place."
I tried. I can't.
You can't. AP cannot change the constants. Joshua
That's why you
says,
shouldn't trust me.
Yeah. Joshua says, math, Yahweh's language, was the foundation of everything we study and learn in the world of music, chemical biology, astrophysics, sports, farm animal. Yeah, we call that the Logos. Atheists believe in magic. They be like, boom, where's the magician? Sir Whitemeat, AP, what are the chances that we land in a universe where you are stuttering? Or that the eyes are the leather straps of the anus? 100%.
Pretty big.
Pretty good. Did you find out if Curb Your Enthusiasm is starting?
It's starting on February 4th.
It's tomorrow. Someone touch AP's forehead and confirm the rage seeping from his soul. Well, maybe not the soul. Christ still loves you, AP, even while you don't trust him. You can see the rage. Don't liken to AP even atheists like me, like Lewis Carroll. So we won't pay any attention to AP.
Scarlett Genocide Gaza strippers. I made that joke several weeks ago.
That would be pretty rude. Chloe says, we're living in a simulation created by God. He entered the simulation as NPC. Jesus, life is an illusion. You feel it too, don't you, AP? Many NPCs.
We live in a society.
No, we're in a simulation. It's interesting. You can actually go to philosophy conferences and they'll be discussing that, like whether we're in a simulation. You can tell how good the video was by how mad AP got. That is true. Like if he...
Yeah.
Like when AP gets really mad, it's clear the video is powerful.
I am fuming right now.
Hey, here you go. AP, blah, blah, blah. What is Black Angel saying right now? You say, what would Jesus do? I say, what would Dawkins do? You see, how dare you give Dawkins advice, Matt? That is AP in a nutshell.
I care more about what Black Angel says in the chat, honestly.
Oh, hey, Shake Your Booty was mentioned by James in the IP and True Islam debate. No one knew who he was. AP needs to bring him back. Free Shake Your Booty. Did James actually mention Shake Your Booty? That's funny.
Did somebody ask? Did somebody make a super chat?
That would be funny if someone was like, hey, what about Shake Your Booty? What does everyone think about Shake Your Booty? Well, I'll find out because I'm going to check it out. Joshua said, don't answer, but here is a stone. How would you react? A kid or kids you have in life who reject what you say without chaining them down or no discipline. Oh, a stone for your shoe. How would you react?
He said don't answer.
Oh, okay. We're not allowed to answer. You said don't answer. But think about it. Let it be a stone in your shoe, AP. See, that's the thing. A stone in your shoe means it's going to remind you of something and you're going to think about it. But AP is just like has a rule against thinking. Can I join your posse in our... what is that? Is that a video game?
RDR2 on
What is that?
PC AP. Huh? It's a cowboy game that I'm playing.
Wow.
Yeah.
Like 99% of games that people mention nowadays, I have no clue what they are.
So you're missing out on reality. This is where reality happens.
Joshua says, Muslim cowboy would say, may Allah curse you. I say, Yahweh bless all you and your families, especially AP. That's much better than, may Allah curse you for talking about Muhammad and saying what the hadith say.
It is very interesting. You will not often hear Muslims randomly say, may Allah curse you, even when they speak to, I don't know, to people who are disrespectful and insulting.
They say, die in your rage.
Yeah, because when I was a Muslim, I too, like many others, learned that it is not wrong, but it is an extremely sensitive issue to invoke that. But the guy, Muslim cowboy, he seemed to just
instant. Oh, he just brought up something about Muhammad that I want to talk about. May Allah curse you. You be cursed.
When I was a Muslim, I would have been extremely careful before I say something like that. I wouldn't have said it to begin with. I think I would have never said it. But the guy was just like, may Allah curse you.
See, you are a weak Muslim. That's why you left.
Yeah.
Atheist, I won't take your advice for this God of yours. Christian, thank you for your advice for my videos. Draw your own conclusions. Yeah, that is good. So Atheist is like, I won't take your advice for this God of yours. But the Christian's like, thank you for your advice on my videos. See the difference?
Yeah.
A couple more and then we're done. David says, it was a joke from previous stream. Yeah, I mentioned this. So as far as the Mike Jones thing, you already mentioned that. Justice for Giovanni. Free my boy. He ain't do nothing. Yeah, we haven't banned him yet. We just think about it constantly. Goat Hub says, it was the perfect marketing.
Yeah.
Hosta says, I still love you, super genius, but you can't attack my hero AP. I will attack him, and I can attack him, and I will 1,000 times over. And finally, she was 9 years old. Said, creating the universe was the perfect move. Nice. Nice. All right, AP. Looks like you planning on jumping in with Inspiring Philosophy tomorrow to talk about his debate?
Yeah. I will. I shall.
Yeah, me too. I tend to sleep till around.
Did Jesus die on the cross? And you will come and muddy the whole discussion with, no, maybe the Quran actually says he didn't die.
That's true.
But
by the way, I again, I haven't seen this, but Ahmadis have an interesting take, not just like what they believe happened, but on their interpretation of the Quran. As far as I'm familiar with it and what I've seen in the past, I brought up in a video I recently posted. It was like 36, 37 minutes long or whatever. But I point out that Surah 4, verse 157, if you just look at it, it does sound like Jesus didn't die and wasn't crucified. It sounds like it's saying that. And you go to 355, and the language used is the language of Allah taking a soul away to cause someone's death. So there are translations that translate it as Allah saying, I will cause you to die. And so I point out that lots of Muslim translators translate that differently because they don't want to believe that Allah caused Jesus to die. And I point out that you can do the same thing in reverse and say, well, if Allah caused Jesus to die, maybe you need to rethink your interpretation of 4:157. Ahmadis actually take both. Like they go with they kind of go with the obvious interpretation of 4:157, although they believe he was nailed to a cross. They say that crucifixion means to die by crucifix, to kill by crucifying. Mm-hmm. And so if he wasn't killed, then he wasn't crucified in that sense. But they also believe that 355 is saying that God would cause Jesus to die. So they believe that Jesus survived crucifixion, according to 4:157, and that he died later, according to 355, like died later in India. So it's a different way to reconcile them. So most people would look at those two verses and reinterpret one of them, one or the other, whereas they take them both and just modify Jesus' life to fit.
It's just one of those things. So they have this whole swoon theory idea. In the I guess the mainstream Ahmadi point on that is that he was indeed put on the cross, and when it says that they did not kill him, it appeared to them as if it was so. That is because people thought he died, but he didn't actually die. He survived, and he was healed or treated or something. And then he arrived alive, and then he left that place and went all the way to India and started preaching to other people there, or to his own people over there. And it's just I don't know. There's just so much absurdity about it. You have to be an
it's
Ahmadi
pretty
to believe
crazy.
in it.
Yeah, and lots of it is just so that they believe that when the Bible says that they wrap the body in spices, they say these were healing spices to heal him. It's like, one, you can't heal that much. Two, that was standard practice. You wrap the body in spices because you return, and there's going to be a bad smell, and so you wrap it in tons of spices. And the more important the person is, the more spices you want to pack in there. So yeah, and it's really weird stuff as far as all the stuff they pack in about Jesus. And I actually I read one of the books from, I forget if it was from Mirza Ghulam Ahmed or from one of the later guys, but it was like just completely arrogant, condescending boasting about how powerful the arguments in the book were, followed by the dumbest arguments I've ever seen in my life for anything. Look, dude, it was arguments along. This is one of their arguments. If God is one, it makes sense for planets to be round unities. But if God were triune, the universe would have been created as triangles. All planets would be triangles. And how can Christians refute this? And it's, oh my goodness. That wild?
It sounds like the dumbest thing I've ever heard, but it sounds about right. Like that's
yeah. That is so that's Ahmadi stuff. But if they're if Ahmadis are itching for some attention, maybe we'll give them some attention one day. It might be fun.
I mean, at least the Quran tries a little bit, and it says some dumb things like, if there were more than one, then they would fight, and there would be disorder and this and that. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's totally necessary for that existence. Clearly.
Powerful stuff. All right, well, we've been on here forever. AP, if we are on with IP tomorrow, do you still want to go live on your channel tomorrow? I'm totally down.
No.
If you've got something, or if you don't, then that's up to you.
There is a thing about the dilly-dally talking about implementing Sharia in the UK.
Oh, you could tie that together with Ali Dawa.
With Ali Dawa
talking about Sharia, because it's important that these guys actually over time let you in on what they mean by Sharia and all the people they want to kill and execute and stuff, and then they start arguing for Sharia. So what they're arguing for is to kill a bunch of people, us included. We're dead, guys. We're dead. These guys ever take over, we're gone.
I'm dead. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I could consider dilly-dally and Ali Dawa's little speech, and maybe we could go through that tomorrow.
That would be the perfect move. We'll see how. We'll see how. We'll see how.
We'll see tomorrow. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah,
we'll see how you're feeling after IP's show. So everyone, check out IP's channel during the afternoon tomorrow. I think you said 2:00. But should be interesting discussion.
Time.
Huge issue. I mentioned on Twitter when I shared my video on the crucifixion that this is the year. We've had all these different years where different things have happened, and you get to a point where finally we're going to see the destruction of the argument from perfect preservation. That argument's gone. We're finally going to see the end of the argument from scientific miracles. You still find people who believe in this stuff, but it's collapsing. And this is the year we're going to change the view on the crucifixion of Jesus. And so it's going to be fun stuff. All right, check that out tomorrow, and maybe AP's channel tomorrow. We'll see what happens. All right.
And stay away from Islam.
Stay away from Islam. Thanks for joining us. Catch y'all tomorrow.
Tomorrow we will discuss on IP's channel why Jesus died on the cross tonight. Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
There we go.